Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. The weird part wasn't just the dream, it was the pull. During the day, I'd find myself thinking about the place. I'd be at work, stocking shelves at the grocery store, and my mind would just drift to it. I'd picture the way the chain-link fence sags in one corner, or how one of the stained glass windows on the side is only half broken, the colored glass hanging in jagged teeth. It wasn't a pleasant thought. It was a compulsion. An itch in my brain that I couldn't scratch. Yesterday was my day off. I woke up late, around 10, and the first thing I felt was this low hum of anxiety. The dream had been bad the night before, more vivid. I could still feel the grit of the rotten wood on my palms. I made coffee, tried to watch some TV, but I couldn't sit still. My legs were jittery. It was like there was a string tied to my chest, and someone was gently, insistently pulling it, tugging me toward the west side of town. By 2 in the afternoon, I gave in. I told myself I was just going for a drive, just to clear my head, but my hands on the steering wheel knew where we were going. The route was automatic. I parked my beat-up sedan on the gravel shoulder of Miller's Creek Road, about 100 yards from the church property. The engine ticked as it cooled down, and the only other sound was the wind hissing through the tall, dry grass. I got out and just stood there, leaning against the warm hood of my car. The church sat back from the road, surrounded by a sea of overgrown weeds and a few skeletal trees. The fence was there, a rusty chain-link thing about chest high, but it was more of a suggestion than a barrier. Like I said, it sags real bad in the back corner. The building itself is this grim, grey thing. The white paint is just a memory, a few flakes clinging to the wood in a sad, patchy way. The steeple isn't straight anymore. It lists to the left, like it's ashamed of itself. All the windows are either boarded up or broken. It's been empty since before I was born. There's a story about a fire or a scandal, something that made the congregation just up and leave one day. Nobody really talks about it anymore. I started walking the perimeter, staying outside the fence. The ground was uneven, clumps of hard dirt and thorny bushes catching on my jeans. My heart wasn't racing, not like in the dream. This was a slower, heavier dread, a deep-down feeling that I was somewhere I absolutely should not be. But my feet kept moving. The air felt different here, thicker, colder, even though the sun was out. I kept looking at the church, at the dark square of the open front door. The door was supposed to be boarded shut, I was sure of it. I'd seen the plywood from the road before, but now it was just open. A rectangle of pure blackness. I completed one full circle and ended up back near my car. The pull was stronger now. That string was yanking hard. I felt a cold trickle of sweat run down my spine despite the chill. I knew with a certainty that felt like a stone in my gut that I had to go inside. It wasn't a choice. It was an order. I walked over to the sagging part of the fence. It was easy. I just put my hand on a post, lifted one foot, and stepped over. The other side felt even colder. The silence was wrong, too. Out on the road, you could hear birds, the distant hum of a car now and then. In here, the sound just died. It was swallowed up. All I could hear was the crunch of my own footsteps on the dead leaves and my breathing, which was starting to come a little too fast. The front steps were wood, warped and spongy. I tested the first one with my weight, and it groaned like a living thing. I took the steps slow, one at a time, my hand on the rough, flaking railing. The open doorway was right in front of me. It was like looking into a cave. I couldn't see anything past the threshold, just black. I pulled my phone from my pocket and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, and it was both a relief and a new kind of terror. It illuminated the inside, but only a small circle of it, making the shadows outside the beam seem deeper and more alive. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It's a smell you only find in places that have been left to die, wet rot, thick and sweet, dust. And underneath it all, the faint, sharp tang of old smoke, like the ghost of that fire, was still hanging in the air. My light swept across the floor. It was littered with debris, broken bits of pews, chunks of plaster from the ceiling, empty beer bottles and faded candy wrappers from kids who dared each other to come in here. The main room was huge. My little light couldn't reach the corners. The ceiling was high and lost in shadow. I could make out the shape of a balcony running along 3 sides, and the space underneath it was a pit of darkness. I took a few steps forward, the floorboards creaking and groaning with every shift of my weight. I was hyper-aware of the sound, how it echoed in the vast empty space. It felt like I was announcing my presence to whatever else was in here. I swung the light toward the front, where the altar would have been. There was nothing left, just a raised platform of scarred wood. But to the left of it was a doorway and a set of stairs leading up the stairs to the steeple. My blood went cold. My mouth went dry. In the dream, this is where it always started. The running up those stairs, I don't know why I did it. I really don't. It was the stupidest thing I have ever done in my entire life. But my feet were moving again, carrying me toward that doorway. It was like I was a passenger in my own body. The compulsion was absolute. The staircase was narrow and steep, more like a ladder than stairs. The wood was in even worse condition up here, soft and crumbling under my hands as I gripped the railing to pull myself up. The air was staler, the smell of decay even stronger. My flashlight beam bounced crazily, showing me glimpses of cobwebs thick with dust, and walls covered in scribbled graffiti that looked like wounds I climbed. The stairs turned once, then twice. I could hear my own panting now, loud in the confined space. I reached a small landing. There was a door hanging off one hinge that probably led out to the balcony, and another, even narrower set of stairs continued upward, to the belfry, to the steeple. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. Every instinct was screaming at me to turn around, to run back down, to get the hell out of this place. But I couldn't. The pull was coming from up there. I felt it in my teeth, a high, thin vibration. I started up the final flight. These steps weren't just creaky, they felt fragile. I was afraid my foot would go right through one. The space was so tight my shoulders brushed against both walls. The air was freezing now, a dry, unnatural cold. I emerged into the belfry. It was a small, octagonal room, open to the elements on all sides by arched windows, though most were covered with weathered boards. The old bell was still there, a huge black iron thing hanging dead in the center, covered in a thick layer of grime and bird shit. The wind whistled through the gaps in the boards, a lonely, mournful sound. I walked to one of the open arches, the one facing the road, and looked out. I could see my car, a tiny speck in the distance. The world looked normal out there, safe. It felt 1,000,000 miles away. This is where the dream ends. This is where I get thrown. The second that thought finished in my head, the temperature dropped. I'm not talking about a breeze. I'm talking about the air itself turning to ice. My breath plumed out in a thick white cloud. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up. A static charge made the skin on my face prickle, and then I felt it. The hatred, the exact same feeling from my dream. A wave of pure, malevolent intent that washed over me from behind. It was a pressure, a physical weight pushing against my back. It wasn't the wind, it was solid, hostile. I froze. I couldn't even turn around. My body was locked in place, my fingers gripping the rough, cold stone of the window arch so hard I thought my nails would break. My heart wasn't just beating fast anymore. It was fluttering, a trapped bird slamming against my ribs. I was going to die, I knew it with a clarity that erased every other thought I was going to be thrown from this tower, just like in the dream. I could feel it pressing closer. There was no shape, no form, no sound. But I could feel its presence, a concentrated spot of ice and rage right behind me. It was studying me. I felt a sensation, like a cold, invisible finger, tracing a line from the base of my skull down my spine. A promise, a threat. No, I whispered. The word was a pathetic little puff of vapor in the freezing air. It had no effect. The pressure increased. It was shoving me now, forcing my upper body out the window. I was leaning out over the drop, my waist pressed against the stone ledge. I could see the ground, 3 stories down. The hard, packed earth littered with rocks and broken bits of lumber. I was going to fall. My fingers were slipping. My muscles were shaking from the strain of holding on, from the sheer mind-numbing terror. This is it, I thought. This is how it happens. And then a sound, not from behind me, from below, a car door slamming. The pressure vanished. Just like that. 1 second it was there, a ton of invisible weight trying to pitch me to my death. The next, it was gone. The sudden absence was so shocking I almost lost my grip anyway. I stumbled back from the window, my legs buckling, and fell hard on my arse. On the dusty wooden floor I was gasping, sucking in huge, ragged breaths of the cold air. I was shaking all over, a full-body tremble that I had no control over. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees until my back hit the wall opposite the windows, as far from the drop as I could get. I sat there for I don't know how long minutes, maybe 10, just shaking and crying, silent tears of relief and residual terror cutting tracks through the grime on my face. The cold was gone. The air was just the normal chill of a neglected old building. The feeling of being watched, of not being alone, had disappeared. When I felt like my legs might possibly support me, I got up. I didn't look around. I didn't try to see what had been there. I just ran. I practically fell down the narrow stairs, my feet slipping on the rotten wood, my hands scraping against the walls. I didn't stop when I hit the main floor. I sprinted through the debris, out the front door, down the steps, and I didn't slow down until I was at the fence. I vaulted over it, not even feeling the rusted metal snag my jeans. I ran to my car, fumbled the keys, and got the engine started. I peeled out, gravel spraying behind me. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I drove straight home, my hands clenched on the wheel the whole time. I'm in my apartment now. I've locked the door and deadbolted it. All the lights are on. I'm sitting on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, but I can't get warm. The shaking has mostly stopped, but there's a cold knot of fear still sitting in my stomach. And here's the part that's really getting to me, the part that makes me feel like I'm losing my mind. My apartment has a big window in the living room that faces west. I've never paid much attention to the view before. It's just other apartment buildings, a slice of the town. But from this window, if I stand in just the right spot, I can see it. A tiny grey speck on the horizon, barely visible between 2 other buildings, the steeple of the White Chapel. And I can't stop looking at it. My head is turned that way right now. I've been sitting here for hours, and my neck is getting stiff, but I can't make myself look away. It's like if I take my eyes off it, even for a second, something will happen. The compulsion is different now. It's not a pull to go back. It's a fear of what will come here if I stop watching. It's out there. I know it is, and I think it's still watching me. Story 2. I remember the fire crackling, sending sparks up into the dark, and the way the pine trees stood like shadows all around us. It was maybe 9 o'clock, still early for a camping night, and we were all just relaxed, talking about stupid stuff. Old parties, classes we hated, that kind of thing. No one was on their phone much because service was spotty out there, which was part of the appeal. We were just existing, you know, feeling like we had the whole world to ourselves. Then the headlights cut through the trees. At first, I thought it was another camper pulling in, maybe lost or something, but this wasn't a truck or an RV. It was a sedan, dark-colored, and it rolled up slow, real slow, like it was creeping. It stopped about 20 feet from our fire, and the engine idled, that low rumble sounding way too loud in the quiet. We all kind of froze, beers halfway to our mouths, and just stared. The windows were tinted so we couldn't see inside, and that already had my skin prickling. Who drives out here in a car like that? Then a voice came from the car, clear and flat, no emotion in it at all. "This is the police." That was it. No one got out, no lights flashed, nothing. Just those 3 words, and then the car reversed, turned around and drove off down the dirt road, its taillights disappearing into the darkness. It happened so fast, maybe 10 seconds from start to finish, but it felt like forever. For a second, no one said anything. We just sat there, listening to the fire pop and the wind rustle the leaves. Then someone, I think it was my friend Mark, muttered, "What the hell was that?" The mood shifted instantly. 1 minute we were laughing, the next it was like someone had dumped ice water over us. My heart started thumping hard in my chest, and I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. We all started talking at once, voices low and urgent. Was that really the police? Why didn't they show a badge or anything? Why drive off like that? It didn't make sense. I kept replaying it in my head, the way the voice sounded, like it was coming from a speaker or something, too clean to be someone just yelling out the window. And the car, it was too plain. No markings, no nothing. If it was the police, why not identify properly? We decided to stay put, but the easy feeling was gone. Everyone was glancing into the trees, like we expected someone to be watching us. I remember clutching my beer bottle tighter, the glass cold against my palm, and my shoulders were so tense they ached. We tried to laugh it off, but it was forced, and the jokes fell flat. The fire didn't feel warm anymore. It just made the shadows dance in ways that made my stomach twist. Maybe 5 minutes later, we heard another engine, but this one was different, slower, more official sounding. It was a park ranger truck, the kind with the logo on the side, and it pulled up to our sight. Relief washed over me so hard, I almost sighed out loud. One of my friends waved them down, and the ranger, a guy in his 40s with a tired look on his face, got out. He asked if everything was okay, and we all started talking at once again, telling him about the car. He listened, nodding, and then he said something that made my blood run cold. He told us there'd been reports of thefts in the area lately, people posing as authorities to scare campers, and then stealing stuff when everyone's guard is down. He said they'd had a few incidents over the past week, mostly at isolated sites like ours. Hearing that, my stomach dropped. I looked around at my friends, and I could see the same fear on their faces. We'd been lucky, I guess, because we were all still awake and together. But what if that car had come back when we were sleeping? The ranger advised us to secure our valuables and keep an eye out, and then he drove off, leaving us alone again. But this time, it was worse. Before, it was just a weird moment, but now we knew there was a real threat. The air felt heavier, like it was pressing down on us, and every little sound, a twig snapping, an owl hooting, made me jump. I could feel my pulse in my throat, and my hands were shaky when I helped gather up our stuff. We started packing away anything valuable, wallets, phones, keys, all shoved into backpacks and tucked into the tents. Normally we'd leave some things out, but not tonight. I remember the feeling of zipping up my backpack, the sound too loud in the silence, and then double-checking the zipper like it might come undone on its own. We doused the fire with water, the hiss and steam rising up, and the sudden darkness made it even creepier. Without the fire, the only light came from a few flashlights we had, beams cutting through the blackness and making the trees look like they were closing in. We decided to call it a night early, around 10 o'clock, which felt ridiculous because we're usually up until midnight or later when we camp. But no one argued. We split into our tents. I was sharing with 2 others, and once we were inside, the fear didn't go away, it just got more intense. The tent fabric felt thin, like it wouldn't stop anything, and every rustle outside had me holding my breath. I lay there in my sleeping bag, listening. My heart was still racing, and I could feel the cold seeping through the ground, making me shiver even though I was bundled up. I kept thinking about that voice. This is the police. It was so impersonal, like a recording, and it didn't match the situation. Why would real police do that? And the theft reports. What if those people were still out there, watching us? I imagined someone moving through the trees, quiet as a ghost, and I couldn't shake the sensation that we were being watched. It wasn't just a thought, it was a physical feeling, like pins and needles all over my skin. My ears were straining for any sound, and every time the wind picked up, I'd tense up thinking it was footsteps. At one point I heard what sounded like a car engine in the distance, but it faded away, and I couldn't tell if it was real or my mind playing tricks. My friends in the tent were quiet, but I could hear their breathing, quick and shallow, so I knew they were awake too. We didn't talk much, just whispered things like, "You hear that?" Or, "It's probably nothing." But it didn't help. The darkness felt alive, like it was hiding something, and I kept picturing that unmarked car pulling up again. Someone getting out this time. I must have drifted off at some point, but it wasn't real sleep. It was that half-awake state where every noise jolts you back. I remember waking up to what sounded like a branch breaking nearby, and my whole body went rigid. I lay there for what felt like hours, just listening, my muscles so tight they hurt. The tent was cold, and my sleeping bag felt damp from condensation, but I didn't dare move to adjust it. I just stared at the ceiling, watching the shadows from the trees outside move with the wind. When morning finally came, it was grey and misty, and the relief was huge, but it didn't last long. We all crawled out of our tents, looking tired and shaken, and no one said much as we packed up. We decided to cut the trip short and head home. Driving away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see that car again, but there was nothing. The whole way home, I couldn't stop thinking about what might have happened if we hadn't been alert, if we'd ignored that voice or not flagged down the ranger. It's been a while since that night, but sometimes I still wake up in the dark, hearing that flat voice in my head, and I wonder who was really out there. Story 3. We were having a sort of camping party. It wasn't a big thing, just 4 of us. Me, William, and 2 other lads from our class, Sean and David. We'd pitched a big, cheap tent right there on the front lawn, the kind that smells like plastic and wet grass. The plan was to stay up all night just messing about. The heart of the whole operation was the fire. William's dad had a pile of old wood stacked against a shed. Broken pallets, bits of an old fence, just general junk. We spent ages building a proper fire pit, clearing a circle in the grass and surrounding it with some big stones we found. Getting the fire going was a mission. We used nearly a whole newspaper and a lot of frustrated shouting before it finally caught, the flames licking tentatively at the damp wood before snapping into a proper crackling blaze. The feeling was pure magic. The heat on our faces was a solid wall, pushing back the creeping chill of the Irish night. The light from the fire didn't travel far, just illuminating our little circle and making the darkness beyond the tree line feel even deeper and more absolute. We were just talking rubbish, the way you do at that age, feeling grown up and independent, masters of our little kingdom of light and warmth in the middle of nowhere. We must have been out there for a couple of hours. The fire had died down from its initial roar to a steady, glowing bed of embers, pulsing with a deep orange heat. We were just throwing on the last few bits of broken pallet to keep it ticking over. That's when William brought it up. He nodded his head in the general direction of the fields behind his house. "You know the fairy fort out past the back field?" We all went quiet. Of course we knew it. Everyone around here knew about it. It was one of those local landmarks that wasn't really a landmark, just a bump in the ground that old people talked about in low voices. A rath, they called it. A circular mound surrounded by a ring of ancient, gnarled hawthorn trees. The sort of place farmers would plow around for generations, not out of respect for history, but out of a deep, superstitious fear. "I've never been up close to it," William said, his voice a bit lower now. "We're here. It's just over there. 10 minutes walk. We should go have a look." There was a long silence. The idea was equal parts stupid and irresistible. Sean was the first to speak. "Are you mad? My granny would kill me." "But she's not here, is she?" William countered, a grin on his face that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Come on, it's just a field. We'll go have a look and come back. No one will ever know." The peer pressure won out, as it always does when you're 15. The thrill of doing something forbidden, something tinged with a bit of local legend, was too strong. But we weren't complete idiots. We knew the stories. You don't just traipse into a place like that without some basic precautions. "The fire," I said, and everyone looked at me. "We have to put it out completely out." There was a unanimous, serious nod. This wasn't about fire safety or not burning down William's dad's shed. This was about the old rule, the one everyone knows even if they don't believe it. If you're going near a fairy fort, you leave no trace of your presence behind. You take nothing, and you leave nothing. A fire, a source of heat and life, felt like the worst kind of trace to leave. So we set about killing the fire with a kind of grim determination. We stomped on the embers with our heavy boots, sending up clouds of sparks that died instantly in the cool air. We kicked the stones of the fire pit, scattering the ash and the smaller bits of wood. It wasn't enough. We could still feel the heat radiating from the center, see the deep red glow beneath the grey powder. "Right," David said, and without another word he unzipped his jeans and started pissing on it. It was such a crude, boyish thing to do, but in that moment it felt like the most necessary ritual in the world. The rest of us followed suit, the four of us standing in a circle, steam hissing up as our urine hit the hot core of the fire. The smell was awful, acrid and sour, but the result was a black, wet, hissing mess. We stomped on it again, mixing the ash and piss and dirt into a cold, dead paste. I knelt down and held my hand a few inches above it. Nothing, no heat. It was out. It was dead. We'd made sure of it. Satisfied, and with a shared, unspoken nervousness, we turned our backs on the campsite and walked towards the back field. William had a weak torch, its beam jittering across the ground as we climbed over the stile. The night swallowed us whole the second we left the dim memory of the fire's glow. The field was uneven, tussocks of grass catching at our ankles. The air was cool and damp, filled with the smell of wet earth and sheep. We walked in a tight group, not talking much, the beam of the torch our only guide. The darkness was a physical thing, a weight on my shoulders. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The only sounds were our own breathing, the squelch of our footsteps in the damp ground, and the distant, lonely bleat of a sheep. After what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, we saw it, the fairy fort. It was just a darker patch in the already profound blackness, a looming presence. As we got closer, the torchlight picked out the gnarled, twisted trunks of the hawthorn trees, their branches like clutching fingers against the slightly less dark sky. The mound itself was just a swell in the earth, maybe shoulder high, covered in thick grass. We stopped at the edge of the tree ring. There was no fence, no sign, nothing man-made to mark it, but there was a boundary, you could feel it. The air changed. It's hard to describe, but it's the one thing I remember more clearly than anything else. 1 second I was standing in a cool, breezy Irish summer night. The next, I took one step past the first tree, and it was like walking into a walk-in freezer. It wasn't just cold. It was a heavy, damp cold that seeped right through my jacket and into my bones. The breeze just stopped, completely. The sounds of the night, the rustle of grass, the faint whisper of the wind, were gone. It was a silence so absolute it felt like going deaf. It was the kind of silence that presses in on your eardrums. My skin prickled all over, a wave of pure instinctual goosebumps. This wasn't right. This wasn't natural. The stories weren't just stories. This place was occupied. It was aware, and we were not welcome. I don't know who moved first, but it was a collective, unspoken decision. We all just started backing away, slowly at first, not wanting to turn our backs on the mound. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic, panicked drumbeat. The feeling of being repelled was physical, like trying to push two magnets together at the same poles. Every cell in my body was screaming at me to get out. We broke into a run as soon as we cleared the tree line, stumbling back into the normal night air. The return of the breeze felt like a blessing. The sounds of the field, a welcome symphony. We didn't speak. We just ran, our breath coming in ragged gasps, not stopping until we could see the dark shape of the tent and the shed ahead of us. We slowed down, our chests heaving, the fear starting to recede, replaced by a shaky, giddy relief. We'd done it. We'd gone to the fort and we'd gotten away. We were safe. We were back at our camp. We could laugh about it now, or at least try to. That's when Sean stopped dead in his tracks. He was pointing at the fire pit, his hand shaking. His mouth was open. But for a second, no sound came out. Then he found his voice, and it was a high, strained thing, tight, with pure terror. The fire. I looked, and my blood ran cold. It was burning, not just a few embers we'd missed, not a tiny flicker. It was a full-on, roaring, vibrant fire, exactly as it had been at its peak 2 hours earlier. Flames were leaping a foot, 2 feet into the air, licking hungrily at the fresh pieces of wood we'd put on just before we left. The stones around it were glowing with heat. The light was bright and cheerful, casting dancing shadows on the tent and the shed. It was impossible. We stood there, frozen, just staring. The heat hit my face from 10 feet away. My mind was scrabbling for an explanation, any explanation, someone else. But who? We were miles from anyone. William's parents were asleep inside, and they wouldn't have come out to relight a fire we'd explicitly put out. An animal. No animal could do this, a stray ember. We had pissed on it. We had stomped it into cold, wet ash. There was no logic, no reason. The fire was just back. As if the last 20 minutes had never happened, as if we hadn't walked to that terrible, silent, cold place, as if time had just reset. That was the moment the real horror set in. It wasn't a jump scare. It was a deep, chilling, soul-level dread. It was the understanding that the rules we thought the world operated on were wrong. That there were things in those fields, in that fort, that could reach out and change reality right in front of your eyes. They could unmake what we had done. They could reignite a dead fire from nothing but cold, wet ash. We didn't say a word. No one screamed. The terror was too deep for sound. We just looked at each other, and in that shared glance was a complete and utter understanding of how small and helpless we were. Then we moved. As one, we scrambled into the tent, yanking the zipper shut behind us. The 4 of us sat there in the dark, cramped space, huddled together, not speaking. The cheerful, flickering light of the impossible fire cast moving shapes through the tent fabric. No one suggested going back out to put it out. You don't try to kill a thing twice. After what felt like an age, just sitting there listening to each other breathe too fast, David pulled out his mobile phone. The glow from the screen lit up his pale, terrified face. He didn't say much, just, "Ma'am? Yeah, can you come get me? Now, please. Now." He didn't have to explain. The sheer panic in his voice was explanation enough. His ma'am showed up about 20 minutes later, her car headlights cutting through the dark like a rescue beacon. We didn't wait. We didn't pack up the tent or our sleeping bags. We just piled our stuff into the boot and scrambled into the car. I sat in the back seat, and as we pulled out of the driveway, I looked back. The fire was still burning, a bright, defiant eye in the middle of the dark lawn. It was the last thing I saw before we turned onto the road. We never really talked about it after that, not properly. What was there to say? We'd all seen the same thing. Any attempt to explain it would just sound insane. It became one of those unspoken things, a shared scar. But I've never forgotten it. Not the cold of the fort, not the silence, and especially not the sight of that fire, burning like we'd never touched it. It left me with a fear that's never really gone away, a deep-seated certainty that we crossed a line that night. We stepped into a place where time and reality didn't work the way they should, and something in that place followed us back, just for a moment, just long enough to show us that it could. The power of that place, whatever it is, remains a chilling, unsolvable mystery. And the memory of that fire is burned into my mind as brightly as it burned in that pit. Story 4. It was back in 2017, and I signed up for this church pioneer trail hike mostly because my friend Leo talked me into it. He's always been the outdoorsy type, and I guess I wanted to prove to myself that I could handle something like that. But from the very start, I had this bad feeling in my gut, like I was making a mistake. The whole thing was organized by our local church, and there were about 15 of us, plus a couple of counselors who seemed way too cheerful for what was ahead. We met up early that morning in the church parking lot, the air still cool and damp, and loaded our gear into a beat-up van. I remember the sky was overcast, not raining, but grey in a way that made everything feel heavy. Leo was cracking jokes, trying to lighten the mood, but I just couldn't shake the unease. It was like a low hum in the back of my head, something telling me to turn around and go home. The drive to the trailhead took a couple of hours, and I spent most of it staring out the window, watching the trees blur past. When we got there, the counselors handed out maps and gave us a pep talk about teamwork and God's creation. But all I could think about was how deep the woods looked. The trail was called the Pioneer Trail because it was supposed to follow some old path settlers used, but to me it just seemed like a lot of trees and silence. We started hiking around 10 in the morning, and the first few miles weren't so bad. The path was wide and well marked, and people were chatting, laughing, but as we went on, the forest got thicker, and the sounds of birds and insects faded away. By midday, it was like we were the only people in the world. The trees closed in overhead, blocking out most of the light, and the air felt still and heavy, like it was holding its breath. I remember my feet starting to ache around mile 5, and my backpack felt like it was filled with rocks. Leo was ahead of me, still energetic, but I was lagging behind. The counselors kept urging us to keep pace, but my legs were burning, and I had to stop a few times to catch my breath. Each time I did, I'd look around, and the woods seemed to watch me. It's hard to explain, but it wasn't just quiet. It was a dead silence, like something had scared everything else away. Once, I thought I heard a twig snap off to my left, but when I turned, there was nothing there, just shadows and more trees. I brushed it off as fatigue, but that feeling in my gut kept growing. We finally reached the campsite late in the afternoon, after what felt like an eternity. My watch said we'd hiked 10 miles, but it might as well have been 100. The campsite was a small clearing with a wooden cabin that the church maintained for these trips. It was old, with weathered boards and a rusty metal roof, but it had bunks inside, which was better than tents. We dropped our gear, and the counselors started a fire for dinner. I was so tired I could barely eat the hot dogs and beans they cooked, but Leo devoured his like he hadn't eaten in days. As the sun set, the temperature dropped, and the woods around us got darker. The fire crackled, but it didn't seem to push back the darkness much. I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling like we were being watched. Everyone else was laughing and telling stories, but I just sat there, wrapped in my jacket, trying to ignore the chill running down my spine. When it was time for bed, we filed into the cabin. It was one room with bunk beds along the walls and a small window near the door. I took a bottom bunk close to the window, and Leo took the one above me. The counselors slept on the other side of the room. We all settled in, and after a while the sounds of snoring and breathing filled the space. but I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing, and that uneasy feeling was back, stronger than ever. The cabin was cold, and the wood creaked with every shift of weight. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling leaves and making the trees sway. I must have drifted off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by the need to pee. It was the middle of the night, pitch black and dead quiet except for the wind. I lay there for a minute, trying to talk myself out of it, but my bladder wasn't having it. Slowly, I slid out of my sleeping bag, trying not to make noise. The floorboards were icy under my socks, and I fumbled for my flashlight. When I clicked it on, the beam cut through the darkness. But it felt weak, like the shadows were swallowing it. I tiptoed toward the door. But then I heard it. A series of sharp cracks from outside, like branches snapping at first. I thought it was just the wind, but it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. My heart started thumping hard in my chest, and I froze where I was. The snaps came again, closer this time, from right near the cabin. Curiosity got the better of me, or maybe it was fear making me stupid. I crept over to the window instead of going out. It was small and grimy, but I could see outside if I pressed my face close. The moon was out, casting a pale light over the clearing, and that's when I saw it. At the edge of the trees, there was this thing, long and thin, like a person but stretched out all wrong. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, so I could see the outline of its ribs sticking out. It moved in jerky, unnatural ways, like its joints didn't work right, and it was sniffing the ground, its head low, but the worst part was its eyes. They were searing red, glowing like embers in the dark. I felt my breath catch in my throat, and my whole body went cold. This wasn't an animal. It wasn't anything I'd ever seen or heard of. It stopped sniffing and slowly twisted its head toward the window. The movement was all wrong, like it was bending in places it shouldn't, and those red eyes locked onto me. I panicked. I dropped the flashlight, and it clattered on the floor, but I didn't care. I scrambled back to my bunk and dove under the covers, pulling them over my head. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure the whole cabin could hear it. I was shaking, my teeth chattering from fear, not cold. After a few seconds, I heard more branches snapping outside, closer now, right up against the cabin wall. I had to wake Leo. I reached up and shook his leg frantically. He grumbled, half asleep, but I whispered, "Leo, there's something out there." "Look." He must have heard the terror in my voice, because he slid down from his bunk and joined me at the window. We both peered out, and it was closer now, maybe 10 feet away. In the moonlight, I could see more details. Its skin wasn't just pale. It was almost see-through, like old plastic wrap, and I could make out dark veins underneath. The ribs were sharp and prominent, and it moved in these stuttering motions, like a broken puppet. Its eyes burned red, and when it turned toward us again, I felt a wave of dread so strong I thought I might vomit. Leo gasped beside me, and his hand gripped my arm tight. We didn't speak. We just stared, frozen. The creature took a step closer, its head tilting at an impossible angle, and let out this low, guttural sound that wasn't quite a growl. It was more like air being forced through a narrow pipe. Then it started moving toward the cabin door, its limbs jerking with each step. Leo and I backed away from the window and scrambled under my bunk, pulling the blankets over us. We huddled there, listening to the sounds outside, the crunch of leaves, more branches snapping, and that eerie sniffing. I could feel Leo trembling next to me, and my own body was rigid with fear. I kept thinking, what if it gets in? What if it's trying the door? The doorknob rattled slightly, and I held my breath, waiting for it to burst open, but after what felt like forever, the sounds faded, and it was quiet again. We stayed under the blankets for what must have been an hour, too scared to move. Eventually, the first hints of dawn started filtering through the window, and we cautiously peeked out. The clearing was empty, but near the trees, there were broken branches scattered around, like something had been thrashing there. We woke the counsellors and told them we heard a bear outside, because what else could we say? That we saw some skinny, red-eyed monster? They'd think we were crazy. The counsellors went out to check, and one of them called us over. He pointed at the ground near the cabin, and there were these paw prints, but they weren't from any bear I'd ever seen. They were long and narrow, with too many toes and deep claw marks that dug into the dirt. The counsellors looked confused, but they just shrugged it off as some weird animal and told us to pack up. We hiked back in silence, and I never returned to that trail. To this day, I can't explain what I saw that night, but those red eyes and that jerky movement are burned into my memory, and sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I still feel that same cold fear. Story 5. It was a Tuesday, the kind of Tuesday that feels like it's made of grey clay. When my mum dropped me off for my afternoon art class, I was 10. The place was this old high school that hadn't been a real school in decades. The town just rented out the rooms to little groups and clubs. My art class was in what used to be the home economics room, I think, because there were still faded outlines on the wall where sewing charts had been pinned up. My teacher was Clara. She was probably in her 60s, always wearing these big paint-splattered smocks and smelling faintly of turpentine and cinnamon. She was a no-nonsense kind of person. The type who'd tell you to stop whining about not being able to draw a straight line and just use a ruler. I liked her. She didn't talk to us like we were babies. That Tuesday started normal. We were working on watercolor landscapes. I was trying to paint a barn and making a mess of the red. It kept bleeding into the sky. Clara was walking around, giving quiet tips. At one point, she stopped by my easel, looked at my muddy purple barn, and just said, "Interesting choice." Then she pointed her paintbrush towards the door of our classroom. "See that hallway?" I nodded. Of course I saw it. It was the one we all hurried past on our way to the bathroom. It was darker than the rest of the building, and the air that came out of it was always cold. "That's the silent wing," Clara said, her voice dropping a little. It wasn't a spooky voice, just a factual one. "Lights in there don't like to stay on. Motion sensors, but they're faulty. You walk in, they flicker on for a minute, then they just quit, and it's cold, year-round." I remember shivering a little, and not from the cold air. It was the way she said "silent wing." It sounded official, like it was on a map. "Why's it so cold?" I asked. She shrugged, wiping her brush on a rag. "Old building, poor insulation in that part, but the janitors, the ones who've been here forever, they don't like going down there alone. They say there's a caretaker." She looked at me, her eyes serious. Not a friendly one. He doesn't like noise or people. She said it so matter-of-factly, like she was telling me the paint was over by the sink. A caretaker. I pictured an old man in coveralls, maybe with a grumpy face. It didn't seem that scary at the time, just a weird story. She told me not to go down there, that there was nothing but old storage and broken desks, and then she moved on to the next kid whose tree looked more like a green lollipop. The class went on. I forgot about it for a few weeks. Then came the day it happened. It was another Tuesday. My mum was running late to pick me up. Usually all the parents showed up at the same time, a chaotic swarm of minivans. But that day, one of my classmates had a dentist appointment and left early, and another kid was sick. So when the class officially ended, it was just me and Clara left in the room. "I have to run to the office to sign some paperwork," she said, gathering her things. "Your mom will be here in 10 minutes. You can keep working on your painting. Just stay in this room, okay? Don't wander." I promised I would. I liked having the big, quiet room to myself. The afternoon sun was coming in through the tall windows, lighting up all the dust motes dancing in the air. It was peaceful. I was adding details to my painting, little white lines for fence posts. The only sounds were the hum of the old fluorescent lights above me and the soft scratch of my brush on the paper. Then the lights above me buzzed, flickered once, and went out. The room wasn't plunged into total darkness. The sunset glow from the windows kept it in a deep, orangey gloom. But it was sudden and weird. I froze, my brush hovering over the paper. A second later, the light sputtered back on. My heart was thumping. I told myself it was just an old building. It happened. I tried to go back to painting, but the mood was broken. The silence felt thicker now. I became aware of every little sound. The ticking of the analog clock above the door, the creak of the floorboards as I shifted my weight. And then another sound, a low, steady hiss. It was faint, like a radio tuned to a dead station. It was coming from the hallway. The silent wing. The door to our classroom was open about a foot, just like always. The hallway beyond was dark. The motion sensor lights were off. That hiss was the only thing cutting through the quiet. It was a dry, staticky sound. I remember feeling a tightness in my chest, a kid-logic fear telling me that if I just stayed very still and very quiet, whatever it was would go away. I made myself look back at my painting. Don't look at the door. Just don't look. I focused on a single fence post, my hand trembling just a little. The hissing seemed to get a tiny bit louder. It wasn't in my head. It was definitely closer. I couldn't help it. My eyes slid back to the dark rectangle of the hallway door. And that's when I saw him. At the very end of the hallway, right where it turned a corner into deeper blackness, there was a man. He wasn't solid. That's the only way I can describe it. He was like a television screen full of static. The black and white fuzz you'd get when a station went off the air for the night. He was grainy, shifting, like a bad signal. But he was shaped like a man, tall and thin. I couldn't see any clothes or a face, just this human-shaped column of noise. He was just standing there facing me. My whole body went cold. It wasn't the chill you feel from air conditioning. This was an internal cold, like ice water had been poured directly into my veins. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. I was just frozen, staring at this staticky, grainy shape 40 feet away. My brain was screaming, but my body was a statue. The hissing sound was a little louder now, and it was clearly coming from him. I don't know how long I sat there. 5 seconds, 30 seconds. It felt like an hour. Then, as suddenly as he appeared, he wasn't there. The hallway was just empty darkness again. The hissing stopped. The silence rushed back in. Louder than before, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, a shaky, ragged gasp. My hands were gripping the edge of the art table so hard my knuckles were white. I felt dizzy. It was just my eyes, I told myself. I was tired. The weird light from the sunset was playing tricks on me. I had been staring at my bright white paper for too long. I created an after image. It had to be that. I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to slow my pounding heart. I looked at my painting, trying to find a familiar anchor, the red barn, the green fields. Normal things. I could hear the faint sound of a car driving by outside. The real world was still there. I was okay, and then the hiss started again. This time, it wasn't faint. It was clear and present, filling the doorway. My head snapped up. I didn't want to look, but I had to. It was a compulsion, a terrible, dreadful need to see. He was back. But he wasn't at the end of the hallway anymore. He was halfway down the hall now, standing directly under one of the dead light fixtures. He was closer, much closer, maybe 20 feet from the classroom door. And he was still that same shifting, fizzing pattern of black and white static. But I could see more definition now. The suggestion of shoulders, the tall, lanky proportions. He was still just a shape, a silhouette of television snow, but he felt focused. He was facing me. I knew with a certainty that sank into my bones that he was looking at me. The cold inside me intensified until my teeth wanted to chatter. The air in the art room felt thin, hard to breathe. The hiss wasn't just a sound anymore. It felt like a physical pressure in my ears. I was paralyzed all over again, trapped in my chair, unable to look away from this impossible thing standing in the hallway. This was the unfriendly caretaker. This was what Clara had been talking about. It wasn't a grumpy old man. It was this silent, watching, staticky horror. The grainy surface of him seemed to swirl like a mist of black and white dots. He didn't move his feet, but I felt his attention like a weight. He was examining me. He was deciding something. That broke the spell. The sheer, primal terror of being seen by it kicked my body into gear. I scrambled out of my chair so fast it screeched against the linoleum floor and fell over backwards with a loud clatter. I didn't care. I didn't look back, I ran. I sprinted out of the art room, not into the silent wing, but down the main well-lit hallway towards the front office, my sneakers slapping against the floor. I burst into the office, gasping for air, my face probably white as a sheet. Clara was at the counter, talking to the secretary. They both looked up, startled. "Whoa, kiddo, what's the matter?" Clara asked, her brow furrowed in concern. I couldn't get the words out. I was just pointing back down the hall, my whole body trembling. "They're there! In the hall!" I stammered. Clara's expression changed. The casual concern vanished, replaced by something sharp and serious. She didn't ask me to explain. She didn't tell me I was being silly. She looked from my terrified face down the hallway, and her mouth set into a thin line. "Stay here," she said to me, her voice low and firm. She walked past me out of the office and stopped just at the threshold of the main hallway. She didn't go towards the silent wing. She just stood there, looking down its dark mouth. I watched from the office door, my heart still hammering against my ribs. Clara stood perfectly still for a moment. Then she did something I'll never forget. She leaned forward, just slightly, towards the darkness, and she whispered. I was too far away to hear the words. It wasn't a shout or a command. It was a soft, urgent whisper, the kind you use when you don't want to wake a sleeping baby. But there was an intensity to it, a force. She whispered a short phrase, maybe 5 or 6 words, into the empty, dark air of the silent wing. Then she stopped. She stood there, listening. I was listening too, straining to hear over the blood pounding in my ears. The building was silent. No hiss, no sound at all. After a few seconds, she turned around and walked back to the office. Her face was unreadable. She put a hand on my shoulder. Her hand was warm, a shocking contrast to the ice I still felt inside. "Your mom's here," she said, her voice back to its normal, practical tone. She guided me out the front door. I saw my mom's car idling by the curb. I didn't say another word. I just got in the car, buckled my seatbelt, and stared straight ahead. My mum asked me how class was. I just said, "Fine." I never went back to that art class. I told my mum I didn't like it anymore, that I was bored. She argued for a bit, but I threw such a fit, crying and begging, that she finally gave in. I never told her why. I never told anyone, not for years, but I never forgot the static man. The way the cold felt like it was coming from inside me. The way Clara didn't laugh or dismiss it, but whispered to the dark, like she was negotiating with something she understood. I still think about him whenever I have to drive through that part of town. I look at the old brick building, now mostly empty, and I wonder, was it just a messed up old place, wires crossed and pipes frozen, that messed with the lights in my head? Or was it something else? Was the building itself sick, but not in a way any engineer could fix? I don't know. I'll never know. All I know for sure is that I saw him. He was there, and he was watching me. Story 6. But I still don't know how to explain what happened that day, and it's been weighing on me ever since I've lived in this house my whole life, and weird stuff has always been part of the package. But nothing like this. Our home is built right on top of an old limestone quarry, which sounds cool until you realize how creepy it can get. The walls sometimes feel damp for no reason, and there's this constant low hum that you can only hear when everything else is quiet. Over the years, the strange occurrences have picked up, feeling like someone's watching you, hearing crashes with nothing out of place, even phantom cats jumping on the bed like they're real until you reach out and there's nothing there. With my ADHD, I've always second-guessed myself, wondering if I'm just spacing out or if the pets are messing with things. But that day was different. It all built up in a way that left me shaken, and I need to get it out there. I woke up that morning with this heavy feeling in my chest, like something was off from the get-go. The sun was barely up, casting these long, weird shadows through my window because of the quarry's uneven ground outside. My room faces the back, where the land slopes down into what used to be the quarry pit, now overgrown with weeds and scraggly trees. I rolled over, trying to shake the grogginess, and that's when I felt it. A weight on the foot of my bed, like a cat had jumped up. We have a couple of cats, Mittens and Whiskers, but they were both curled up on the floor, fast asleep. I sat up, my heart already starting to race, and stared at the spot. Nothing. No indentation, no movement, just the blanket rumpled where I'd been sleeping. This wasn't the first time. It happens a lot, but usually I can brush it off as my mind playing tricks. That morning, though, it felt more real, like the air was thicker there. I got out of bed, my feet cold on the wooden floor, and headed to the kitchen. The house was quiet, too quiet. My mum was already at work, and my dad was probably still asleep. He works nights, so the place often feels empty during the day. I poured myself some cereal, but my hands were shaking a little. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something in the hallway. That's another thing about this house. Certain spots just feel wrong. The hallway near the basement door, for instance, always gives me the creeps. It's like walking into a pocket of cold air, even in summer, and sometimes I get this urge to hurry past it. That morning, I avoided it altogether, opting to eat at the counter instead of the table. Around mid-morning, I decided to water the plants in the living room. We have a few potted ones by the window, and they've been thriving, which is weird because I forget to water them half the time. As I was filling the watering can, I heard a soft rustling sound. I turned, and one of the plants, a big fern in a ceramic pot, was swaying gently, like someone had brushed against it, but there was no one there. No breeze, the windows were closed, and the cats were still in my room. I walked over, my pulse picking up, and saw that a few leaves were torn, just ripped right off and scattered on the floor, not chewed by the cats or anything. It looked deliberate, like they'd been yanked. I knelt down to clean it up, and that's when I noticed the silence again. It was so heavy, like the house was holding its breath. I tried to distract myself by putting on some music, but even that felt off. The speakers crackled a bit, which they never do, and I had to turn it off. My ADHD makes it hard to focus when I'm anxious, so I started pacing, running my hands through my hair. I remembered the times I'd heard loud crashes in the middle of the night, only to find everything exactly where it should be. Once, a few months back, I was sure someone had dropped a stack of plates in the kitchen, but when I rushed in, nothing was broken. That kind of stuff messes with your head after a while. By afternoon, the weirdness escalated. I was in the bathroom, washing my hands, when I heard a crash from the kitchen. It was loud, like a pot falling off the counter. I bolted out, my heart hammering, and skidded into the room. Nothing. The counters were clear, the pots and pans all in their cabinets. I even checked the floor for scratches or marks. Nothing. I stood there, breathing hard, feeling that familiar mix of fear and frustration. Was I imagining it? But it sounded so real, so physical. I glanced at the sink, and that's when I saw it. A pair of sunglasses sitting in the sink bag. We have this little mesh bag hanging by the sink for drying small things, but no one had put sunglasses there. They were mine, the ones I'd lost weeks ago, and they were perfectly dry, just placed there like someone had set them down. I picked them up, my hands trembling. How did they get there? I hadn't been near the sink all day. The rest of the afternoon dragged on, each hour feeling longer than the last. I tried to do some work on my laptop, but I kept getting distracted by small noises. A creak from the floorboards, a faint scratching sound from the walls. The quarry outside seemed to amplify everything. When the wind picked up, it whistled through the gaps in the old stone, making it sound like whispers. I found myself staring out the window at the overgrown pit where the limestone used to be dug up. Local stories say workers died there back in the day, but I've never looked into it too much. Now, though, it felt relevant. As evening approached, the eerie feelings intensified. I was in the living room trying to read a book when the temperature dropped suddenly. It wasn't just cold, it was that specific chill I associate with the hallway, but it was spreading. I wrapped my arms around myself, my skin prickling with goosebumps. The cats, who'd been lounging nearby, both perked up their ears and stared at the doorway. Mittens let out a low growl, which she never does. That got my attention. When the animals react, it's harder to dismiss. I stood up, my book forgotten, and walked toward the hallway. Each step felt like I was pushing through something thick, and that cold spot was stronger than ever. I could see my breath faintly in the air, which is insane for indoors in late spring. I forced myself to peer down the hallway toward the basement door. It was closed, but I had this overwhelming sense that something was on the other side, waiting. My ADHD brain was firing off a million thoughts. Maybe it's just the draft, maybe I'm overreacting, but my body knew better. I was sweating despite the cold, my palms slick. I decided to check the basement just to prove to myself there was nothing there. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, my hands shaking so bad I almost dropped it. The basement stairs are steep and wooden, creaking with every step. I hate going down there. It's damp and smells of earth, left over from the quarry days. I clicked on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. At the bottom, I swept the light around, old boxes, a washer and dryer, some tools. Everything seemed normal until I heard a soft thud from the corner. I swung the light toward it, and there, propped against the wall, was a small pile of limestone rocks that hadn't been there before. They were clean, like they'd just been placed there, and one had rolled onto the floor. My breath caught. We don't keep rocks in the basement. Why would we? I backed up slowly, my heart pounding in my ears, and scrambled up the stairs, slamming the door shut behind me. Back in the kitchen, I leaned against the counter, trying to calm down. The sun was setting, casting long orange rays through the windows, but it didn't feel comforting. It felt like the house was closing in on me. I thought about calling someone, but who would believe me? My mom would say it's my imagination. My dad would brush it off as the house settling, so I just stood there, listening to the silence, until I heard another sound, a faint meowing. It sounded like one of the cats, but when I checked, they were both in the living room, staring at me with wide eyes. The meowing came again, from upstairs this time, like it was moving. I followed it, my legs feeling like lead, and it led me to my parents' room. The door was ajar, and inside, on the bed, was a shadowy shape that looked like a cat curled up. But as I stepped closer, it dissolved into nothing, and the meowing stopped. That's when the real fear set in. I ran back to my room, my mind racing. I needed to get out, but it was getting dark, and I didn't want to leave the pets alone. I sat on my bed, hugging my knees, and that's when the bed dipped again, like something had jumped up. This time, I didn't look. I just squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to stop. The room felt crowded, like there were people standing around me, and I could hear faint breathing that wasn't mine. It was soft, rhythmic, like someone sleeping, but I was wide awake. I opened my eyes, and for a split second, I saw a figure in the corner, tall, shadowy, just standing there. Then it was gone, and the room was empty except for me. The climax came later that night. I was trying to sleep, but every noise had me on edge. Around midnight, I heard a series of loud bangs from downstairs, like someone was throwing things against the walls. I bolted upright, my heart in my throat, and grabbed my phone for light. I crept out of my room, down the stairs, and into the living room. Nothing was out of place. No broken objects, no mess. But the air was thick with this oppressive energy, and I felt like I was being watched from multiple directions. I shone my phone light around, and in the beam I saw the plants by the window. All of them were torn down, their pots overturned, soil scattered everywhere. It was silent, no sound of breaking or falling, just the aftermath. I stood there frozen, my breath coming in short gasps. Then, from the kitchen, I heard a soft clinking sound. I walked in, my legs weak, and saw the sink bag moving slightly. Inside, another pair of sunglasses, this time my dad's old ones he'd lost months ago. They were just sitting there, clean and dry. I reached out to touch them, and as my fingers brushed the plastic, the whole house seemed to shudder. Not a shake, but a deep, resonant vibration that came from the floors, like the quarry underneath was groaning. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, so real I spun around, but there was no one. The sensation lingered, icy and firm, and I screamed, but no sound came out. I don't know how long I stood there, trembling, before I managed to run back to my room and lock the door. I spent the rest of the night huddled under the covers, listening to the silence, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. The house went quiet, like it had exhausted itself. When morning came, the sun rose like normal, and everything was back to how it was. Except for me. I'm still trying to make sense of it, but I can't. It's like that day was a concentrated dose of all the weirdness, and it left me with more questions than answers. I never saw anything definitive. No ghostly apparitions or voices. Just these small, terrifying things that added up to something I can't explain. And now, whenever I feel that cold spot or hear a crash, I remember that day, and the fear comes rushing back. Story 7. I've never been one to share much online, but I need to get this out somewhere, to people who might understand or have been through something similar. I'm sitting here in my small apartment in Dublin, the rain tapping softly against the window, and my hands are still shaking as I type this. It's been 12 years since I last saw him, and today he came back. Bob. Just writing that name sends a chill down my spine, and I can still feel the weight of his presence in the room, like a cold draft that won't go away. I grew up in rural Ireland, in a tiny village in County Kerry, in a strict Jehovah's Witness household. My childhood was filled with routines and rules, but also with things I couldn't explain, things that started when I was just a kid. When I was 7 or 8, I came inside from playing in the fields one afternoon and found my mother lying on the kitchen floor in a puddle of blood. I remember the shock, the way my heart hammered in my chest, and I ran to her, crying, and hugged her tight. But then she walked in from the other room, confused, asking what was wrong, and when I looked back, the body was gone. There was no blood, no nothing, just the clean linoleum floor. I never told anyone about that, not even my parents, because I knew they'd think I was making it up or being dramatic, but it felt so real. The stickiness of the blood on my hands, the smell of iron in the air. It stuck with me all these years. Then, when I was 11 or 12, Bob started appearing. At first, it was only during sleep paralysis, which happened a lot back then. I'd wake up unable to move, and he'd be there standing over me. He was always the same, 2.5 meters tall, pale as a corpse, with arms so long they nearly touched the floor. He wore this ripped white gown that looked like it was made of old sheets, and he'd just cry, this low, mournful sound that made my skin crawl. It wasn't like a human cry. It was more like a wounded animal, something guttural and wrong. For months, it was only in those paralyzed moments, and I'd force myself awake, sweating and terrified, but able to shake it off once I could move again. But one night, it changed. I was in my bedroom, which was always cold because the house was old and drafty. I just turned off the light and was settling into bed when I saw him standing in the corner, not lying down or crying, but upright and watching me. His mouth was open, and it was full of huge, jagged teeth like broken glass, and his eyes were completely black, no whites at all. I jumped back, my heart racing, and before I could scream, he grabbed my shoulder. His hand was ice cold, and it felt bony and strong, like it was digging into my skin. I don't know how I managed to pull away, but I did, and I spent the rest of that night curled up under my bed, trembling and too scared to sleep. After that, the hallucinations stopped for years. I thought I'd outgrown them, or maybe it was just the stress of being a kid in that environment. I moved away for university, built a life here in the city, and tried to forget. But today, it all came rushing back. I woke up this morning feeling off, like something was in the air. The sky was grey and heavy with clouds, and the apartment was quieter than usual. No sounds from the neighbours or the street below. I went about my normal routine, made coffee, checked emails, tried to work from home, but I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. It was like a knot in my stomach, tightening with every hour. Around midday, I decided to take a break and clean up a bit, just to distract myself. I was in the living room dusting the shelves when I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned, and there he was, Bob, standing by the window, just staring at me. My breath caught in my throat, and for a second I couldn't move. He looked exactly the same as all those years ago, tall and pale, with those long arms hanging limp, the ripped white gown swaying slightly as if there was a breeze. Even though the windows were shut, his face was expressionless, but his mouth was open, and I could see those teeth sharp and uneven, and his black eyes fixed on me. And then he started crying, that same awful sound, low and broken, like something dying. It filled the room, and I felt my legs go weak. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I remember thinking, this can't be real. I'm an adult now. I'm supposed to be over this. But it felt more real than anything. The air turned cold, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. Even though the heating was on, I stumbled into the kitchen, grabbing the counter to steady myself, and when I looked back, he was still there, just watching and crying. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to run, but my feet felt glued to the floor. I tried to speak, to shout at him to go away, but no sound came out. My throat was tight with fear. I spent the next few hours trapped in that room, moving from corner to corner, trying to keep my distance. He didn't move, just stood there, crying. The sound was relentless, echoing in my ears, and I started to feel dizzy, like I was going to pass out. I remember sitting on the floor at one point, hugging my knees, and just watching him. His eyes never blinked, and his crying didn't change pitch or volume. It was mechanical almost, but with this raw emotion that made me want to cry too. I thought about calling someone, but who would believe me? They'd think I was crazy or on drugs, and I didn't want to explain the whole history, so I just sat there shaking, feeling the cold seep into my bones. As the afternoon wore on, the light started to fade, and the room got darker. Shadows stretched across the walls, and Bob seemed to blend into them, his pale skin glowing faintly. I could see details I'd never noticed before, the way his gown was torn at the hem, like it had been caught on something, or the way his fingers twitched occasionally, as if he was nervous or in pain. At one point I got up the courage to move closer, just to see if he was really there, if I could touch him. But as I took a step forward, he stopped crying abruptly, and the silence was almost worse. He tilted his head, and his black eyes seemed to drill into me. I froze, and then he started crying again, louder this time, and I backed away quickly. I don't know how long this went on. Time felt stretched, like it was moving too fast and too slow at once. I remember checking the clock on the wall. It was only 3 in the afternoon, but it felt like midnight. The rain outside had picked up, hammering against the window pane, and the wind howled, mixing with Bob's cries. I started to feel nauseous, my stomach churning, and I had to sit down again. I curled up on the sofa, pulling a blanket over my head, like a kid hiding from monsters. But I could still hear him, and every now and then I'd peek out and see him standing there, unmoving. At some point I must have dozed off, because I woke up with a start, and the room was pitch black. The power had gone out, probably from the storm, and the only light came from the streetlights filtering through the rain-streaked windows. Bob was still there, but now he was closer, just a few feet away from me. I scrambled backward, my heart in my throat, and fumbled for my phone. The screen lit up, and in the dim light I could see his face more clearly. His mouth was still open, but the crying had softened to a whimper, and his eyes seemed to follow me as I moved. I tried to stand, but my legs were wobbly, and I ended up on the floor again. I remember the rough texture of the carpet under my hands, the smell of dust and my own sweat. I was crying too by then, silent tears, because I was so scared and alone. I thought about all the times I'd seen him before and how I'd managed to survive, but this felt different. This wasn't a dream or sleep paralysis. This was happening in my waking life, in my own home, and I had no control over it. The worst part was when he moved. He took a step toward me, slow and deliberate, and I could hear the floorboards creak under his weight, even though he shouldn't have any. His long arms reached out, and for a moment I thought he was going to grab me again, like he did when I was a kid. I flinched, covering my face, but nothing happened. When I looked up, he was back by the window, crying again, as if nothing had changed. But I knew he had moved, and that small action made it all feel more real, more threatening. I spent the rest of the night like that, huddled on the floor, watching him, listening to him cry. The storm raged outside, and occasionally lightning would flash, illuminating the room for a split second. In those moments, Bob looked even more terrifying, his pale skin stark against the darkness, his black eyes reflecting nothing. I thought about my childhood, about that day with my mother, and wondered if it was all connected. Maybe Bob was always there, waiting, and I'd just pushed him away for a while. As dawn approached, the crying started to fade, and Bob began to look less solid, more like a shadow. The room warmed up slightly, and the mist from my breath disappeared. I stayed where I was, too scared to move, until the first light of morning seeped through the windows. And then, just like that, he was gone. One moment he was there, crying softly, and the next, the space by the window was empty. The sound stopped, and the room was silent except for the distant hum of traffic starting up outside. I sat there for a long time, just staring at the spot where he'd been. My body ached from tension, and my eyes were sore from lack of sleep. I finally got up and checked the whole apartment, but there was no sign of him. No cold spots, no strange smells. Nothing. It was like he'd never been there at all. But I know what I saw, and I know what I felt. The fear is still with me, a heavy weight in my chest, and I don't know if he'll come back again. I don't know how to stop this, and that's the most terrifying part. After all these years, he's back, and I'm just as helpless as I was when I was a kid, hiding under my bed. Story 8. It was a Tuesday, I think. Not that days mean much when you're on the night shift. I'd been there since 10 p.m., and by 2 in the morning the boredom was really setting in. To pass the time, I was playing on my Nintendo DS, some puzzle game I'd beaten a dozen times before. The room I was in is small, with concrete floors and walls that always feel damp, no matter how much the AC runs. I had my back to the door, which was stupid, I know, but after years of nothing happening, you let your guard down. Around 2:45, I heard a noise that wasn't part of the usual hum. It was a sharp, metallic clang, like someone had hit the fence outside. I paused my game, listening, but everything went quiet again. I figured it was probably a raccoon or something. We get them out here sometimes, digging through trash. I went back to my game, trying to ignore the little prickle on the back of my neck. That's when the door burst open. I mean, it flew inward so hard it slammed against the wall, and this guy rushed in. He was tall, maybe 6 feet, with wild eyes and clothes that looked torn and dirty. Before I could even process what was happening, he was pointing a handgun right at me and shouting, "Get on the ground!" His voice was raw, like he'd been yelling or running for hours. I froze for a second. My brain just short-circuited. Then I dropped my DS, and it clattered on the concrete. I put my hands up and slowly got down on my knees, then lay flat on my stomach. The floor was cold and gritty against my face, and I could smell oil and damp concrete. He came over fast, his boots scraping on the floor. I could hear his breathing, ragged and uneven, like he was fighting for air. He didn't say anything else at first, just started tying my wrists together behind my back with zip ties. His hands were shaking so bad that he fumbled with them, and the plastic dug into my skin. Then he wrapped duct tape around them, pulling it tight. I remember thinking how cold his fingers felt when they brushed against my wrist, and how the tape made a tearing sound that made my stomach clench. While he was doing this, he started talking, his voice low and rushed. "I'm sorry, man, I really am. I don't want to hurt you." He kept repeating it, like he was trying to convince himself, "I just need your truck to get out of here. I'm desperate, you understand? I can't go back." I didn't know what he meant by back then, but the way he said it sent chills down my spine. I was lying there, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst out. I could feel every beat in my throat, and my mouth was dry as dust. He finished tying me up and patted me down, taking my keys from my pocket, then my wallet and phone from the desk where I'd left them. His movements were jerky, like he was on edge, and I could smell sweat and dirt on him. He stood up and said, "Don't move, just stay down and you'll be okay." Then he was gone, the door swinging shut behind him. A few seconds later, I heard the engine of my truck roar to life and tires screeching as he sped off. I lay there on the concrete, completely still for what felt like forever. My mind was racing. Was he coming back? Was there someone else with him? I strained to listen, but all I could hear was the hum of the machines and the blood pounding in my ears. The zip ties were cutting into my wrists, and I could feel a dull ache starting to spread up my arms. I tried to wriggle my hands, but the ties were too tight. Panic started to set in. What if I couldn't get free? What if he had lied and he was going to come back and finish me off? I'd never been so scared in my life. I honestly thought I was going to die there, alone on that cold floor, and no one would find me until the next shift came in hours later. After a while, maybe 10 minutes, though it felt longer, I started trying to free myself. I remembered there was a sharp edge on one of the metal cabinets near the wall. I shuffled toward it, moving like an inchworm, my body scraping against the concrete. It was slow going, and every noise made me jump. Once I heard a creak from the pipes overhead, and I froze, thinking he'd returned, but it was just the building settling. When I finally reached the cabinet, I had to twist my body to rub the zip ties against the edge. It hurt. The plastic dug deeper into my skin, and I felt a warm trickle of blood. But I kept at it, gritting my teeth, because the alternative was lying there until who knows when. It took what felt like an eternity, but eventually the zip tie snapped. My wrists were raw and bleeding, but I didn't care. I ripped off the duct tape, which stung like hell, and scrambled to my feet. My legs were shaky, and I had to lean against the wall for support. The first thing I did was look for my phone, but he'd taken it. I ran to the desk and used the landline. Thank God we still had one, to call the police. My hands were trembling so bad I misdialed twice before I got through. When the dispatcher answered, I could barely get the words out. I told her what happened, where I was, and that the guy had taken my truck. The police arrived about 20 minutes later, 2 officers, their flashlights cutting through the dark as they came in. They checked me over, asked me to describe everything. I was still shaking. and one of them gave me a bottle of water from their car. While we were talking, they got a call on their radio. Turns out they'd already been looking for this guy. He was an escaped prisoner from a transport that had crashed a few miles away. He'd overpowered a guard and run off into the woods. When they caught him later that night, he confessed to everything, said he was just trying to get away and didn't mean to scare me so bad. But knowing that didn't make it better. After the police left, I had to wait for a co-worker to come pick me up because my truck was gone. Sitting there alone in that building again, with the door still slightly ajar, every little sound made me flinch. The hum of the machines, which used to be comforting, now felt ominous. I kept expecting to see him in the shadows or hear his footsteps. When my co-worker finally showed up, I jumped at the sound of his car pulling up. That was the day everything changed for me. I don't work nights alone anymore. I switched shifts, and even now, months later, I startle at every noise. I have nightmares where I'm back on that floor, tied up, and he's standing over me. The worst part is, I can still feel the cold concrete under my cheek and the tightness of those zip ties. Sometimes, when I'm driving home, I'll see a truck like mine and my heart will skip a beat. I never thought something like that could happen to me. Not out here in the middle of nowhere, but it did. And now I always lock the door, even when I know I'm alone. Story 9. It started with the small things, the kind of stuff you brush off. I forgot my mum's birthday, not just the date, but the fact that it had happened at all. My sister called, her voice tight with that special brand of family disappointment, and I had no idea what she was talking about. I just stood in my kitchen, the phone pressed to my ear, staring at the calendar on the fridge. The square for that day was blank. I always write it in every year in red marker, but there was nothing. It was like the memory had been scooped out of my head with a melon baller, leaving just a smooth, empty hollow. That was a Tuesday. The next thing was the mirror. It was Thursday morning, I think. I was running late for work, trying to tie my tie in the bathroom. I looked up, and for a split second the person looking back wasn't me. The face was mine, the hair, the stupid tie hanging loose around my neck. But the eyes were wrong. They were flat, like painted-on doll eyes, and the expression was this blank, slack-jawed nothing. It was like looking at a mannequin wearing my skin. I flinched, hard, my elbow knocking a bottle of cologne off the sink. The glass shattered, and the smell, something sharp and woody, filled the room. When I looked back, it was just me again, pale and wide-eyed, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. I told myself it was just fatigue, that I needed more sleep, but the gaps kept getting wider. I'd be driving and forget where I was going. I'd open the fridge and have no memory of buying the gallon of milk sitting there. I found a notepad by the phone with my own handwriting, lists of things I didn't remember writing. Call plumber, buy light bulbs. Don't forget what? The not knowing was a constant low-grade hum of anxiety, a static in the back of my skull. The day it all came to a head was a Saturday, I remember that much. I'd spent the whole day feeling like I was wading through thick fog. I'd try to grasp a thought, a memory, and it would just slither away. I was in the living room, just sitting on the couch, staring at the blank TV screen. I couldn't remember what I usually did on Saturdays. The whole concept of a weekend felt foreign. The light outside faded from afternoon gold to a deep, bruised purple. I didn't turn on any lamps. I just sat there in the growing dark, feeling the emptiness in my head expand. That's when I heard it, the distinct metallic scratch of a key in the front door lock. Every muscle in my body went rigid. I live alone, have for years, no one else has a key. My mind, foggy as it was, immediately conjured up every home invasion story I'd ever heard. The lock turned with a heavy, solid clunk. The sound was impossibly loud in the silent house. The door swung open. A woman stood there. silhouetted against the dim light from the street lamp outside. She was backlit, so I couldn't see her face, just her shape. She was of average height, wearing a dark coat. She stepped inside like she owned the place. Closing the door behind her with a quiet, practiced push, my breath hitched in my throat. I was frozen on the couch, a statue of pure fear. This was it. This was the moment you read about. She hadn't seen me yet, sitting in the dark. She dropped her keys into a ceramic bowl on the entryway table. I heard the jingle, then the soft thud of her purse landing next to it. She knew where the bowl was. My eyes had adjusted to the dark. I watched her shrug off her coat and hang it on the hook by the door. My hook. Then she turned and walked towards the kitchen, her footsteps soft on the hardwood floor. She was going to turn on the light. She was going to see me, I didn't think. There was no plan. It was a raw animal instinct, a surge of pure adrenaline that burned through the fog in my head. I slid off the couch. Keeping low, I moved on autopilot, my body knowing what to do, even if my mind was a blank slate. I slipped into the kitchen from the other entrance, the one from the dining room. It was darker in here. The only light was the faint green glow from the stove clock. I saw her shape near the sink. She was reaching for the light switch. My hand found the block of knives on the counter. My fingers closed around the cool, smooth handle of the biggest one, the chef's knife. I'd forgotten its weight, the way the textured grip felt in my palm. It felt familiar and alien at the same time. She must have heard my ragged breathing or the sound of my bare feet on the tile. She started to turn. I didn't give her the chance. I lunged. It wasn't a clean movie stab. It was messy and brutal. I drove the knife into her back, just below her shoulder blade. There was a resistance, a terrible, grisly pop, and then it slid in deep. She made a sound, not a scream, but a choked, wet gasp, like all the air had been punched out of her. The smell hit me first, that coppery, metallic tang of blood. It flooded my nostrils, thick and nauseating. She stumbled forward, colliding with the kitchen table I was on her. There was no thought, no "this is a person." There was only the threat, the intruder in my house, and the primal need to eliminate it. I pulled the knife out and brought it down again, and again. The sounds were horrible, wet, tearing sounds, the thud of the blade hitting bone. Her body jerked with each impact. She was trying to speak, trying to turn, but all that came out were these gurgling, breathless noises. I don't know how many times I did it. My arm was a piston, driven by a terror so complete it had erased everything else. The front of my shirt was soaked, warm and sticky. The blood was everywhere, on my hands, my arms, splattered across the cabinets, pooling on the linoleum floor, shiny and black in the dark. Finally, my body gave out. The adrenaline crash was like falling off a cliff. My legs buckled and I fell back, landing hard on my butt, the bloody knife clattering to the floor beside me. I was panting, gasping for air, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. The metallic smell of blood was so strong I could taste it at the back of my throat. I felt like I was going to vomit. The woman lay motionless, face down on the floor, a dark, shapeless heap in the gloom. I had to get away from it, from her. I scrambled backward, my hands slipping in the blood, leaving smeared red prints on the pale tile. I dragged myself out of the kitchen, into the living room, my back against the wall. I sat there, knees pulled to my chest, shaking and crying, the sobs wrenching out of me without sound. I had just killed someone. A woman was dead on my kitchen floor. My mind was screaming, a white noise siren of panic. And then, as I sat there in the shock and the horror, a memory surfaced. It wasn't a full memory, just a fragment, like a single burning piece of film. A wedding, a white dress, a ring. My breathing stopped. The shaking got worse. No, 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 no. I forced myself to look towards the kitchen doorway. From my spot on the living room floor, I had a direct line of sight to the small hallway that led to the bedrooms. There on the wall was a picture frame. I'd walked past it 1,000 times. I hadn't really seen it in days, maybe weeks. It was just part of the background. But now, in the faint ambient light from the window, I could see it clearly. It was a wedding photo. I crawled towards it. My body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. I left a trail of blood smudges on the hardwood. I reached the wall and pulled myself up, my bloody hands leaving prints on the pale paint. I stared at the photograph. It was me. I was in a black tux, smiling, my hair shorter. And next to me, her head tilted against my shoulder, smiling a beautiful, radiant smile, was the woman. The woman now lying dead in a pool of her own blood in my kitchen. Her hair was styled differently in the photo, longer, but it was her. Undeniably her. The world dropped out from under me, the floor, the walls, the air, everything ceased to exist. There was only the photo and the reality of what I had done. This wasn't an intruder. This was my wife. The word felt like ash in my mind. I had no memory of a wedding, no memory of a wife, no memory of her name, her voice, what her laugh sounded like. I had stabbed my own wife, repeatedly, in our home. The terror of that moment wasn't like the sharp, sudden fear of the home invasion. This was a deep, cold, suffocating horror that seeped into my bones and froze me from the inside out. I had murdered someone I loved, and I couldn't even remember loving her. The act itself had erased the reason it was so monstrous. I slid back down the wall to the floor. I couldn't look away from the kitchen doorway. I could just see the edge of the dark pool on the floor. The coppery smell was everywhere, clinging to the inside of my nose, my throat. And as I sat there, the memories began to dissolve. Not just the old ones, but the new ones too. The feel of the knife handle, the sound of the key in the lock, the sight of her silhouette in the doorway. It was all getting fuzzy, bleached away by a rising white static. It was like watching a photograph develop in reverse, the image fading, the details washing out until there was nothing left but a blank white sheet. I was forgetting what I had just done. That was the most terrifying part. The horror was being stolen from me. The guilt, the shame, the crushing weight of my action. It was all being eaten away. I was losing the proof of my own monstrosity. That's when the final piece clicked into place, a memory that felt like it was being fed to me from somewhere else, cold and clinical. I remembered a word, a term I'd read somewhere in some forgotten article or late-night internet deep dive. A folktale, a piece of weird biology. I don't know the marite, a parasite. Not in your gut, but in your mind. It doesn't eat your food. It eats you, your memories, your connections, your identity. It feeds on the neural pathways, dissolving them one by one, leaving blank spaces where your life used to be. It makes you forget the people who love you, the places you know, the person you are. It isolates you, hollows you out, until you're just an empty shell, a haunted house where the ghost is everything you've lost. And in that state of isolation and fear, what does a cornered animal do? It attacks the unfamiliar. It destroys the very things it can no longer recognize. The marite doesn't just feed on your past. It orchestrates your future. It sets the stage for the final act, where you destroy your own world, severing the last ties it hasn't already eaten, providing it with one last great feast of trauma and loss before you're left with nothing. A perfect, self-cleaning horror. I understood then the memory loss, the double in the mirror. That was it feeding. The woman with the key. That was it guiding me to its final meal. I don't have much time. I can feel the static getting louder, the edges of this memory, of this understanding, starting to fray and blur. I dragged myself to my home office. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely type. The keys are sticky. I think it's blood. My blood. Hers. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm typing this now as a message in a bottle. A last desperate plea thrown into the digital ocean before the tide takes me for good. If you're reading this, please, believe it. It's real. It's happening. The marite is real. I can hear a sound from the kitchen, a soft, wet, dragging sound. I think I forgot something. Story 10. I never thought much about dreams until this one. It was last Tuesday, I think, because I remember waking up and it was still dark outside, and my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. But let me start from the beginning, because this wasn't just any dream. It felt more real than most of my waking moments, and that's what scares me the most. I was standing in front of my old elementary school, the one I went to from kindergarten through 5th grade. It's this brick building that always looked kind of sad, even when I was a kid, with those big windows that reflected the sky in a way that made everything seem smaller. That day, or in the dream, I should say, the whole place was wrapped in this thick grey mist. It wasn't like fog you see on a cold morning. This was different. It clung to everything, making the air feel heavy and damp, like I was breathing in wet cotton. I could taste it. This metallic sort of flavor, like old pennies or something. And it sent a chill right through me, even though I didn't feel cold, just uneasy, you know, like when you walk into a room and you know something's off, but you can't put your finger on it. I pushed open the front door, and it creaked the way it always did, this long, groaning sound that echoed in the empty hallway. The inside was dark, but not pitch black. More like the lights were dimmed, casting long shadows that moved when I did. I could see the familiar lockers lining the walls, some of them dented and scratched from years of kids banging into them. The floor was that ugly beige linoleum, scuffed and worn in places where generations of feet had dragged across it. I started walking down the hall, my footsteps echoing way too loud, like I was the only person left in the world. That's when I saw him, my old classmate. I don't remember his name, which is weird because I usually have a good memory for faces, but his name just wouldn't come to me. He was standing there in a dark suit, like he was going to a funeral or something. It was too formal for school, and it made my skin crawl. He looked exactly how I remembered him from back in the day, maybe a little older, but his eyes were different. They were too still, like he wasn't really seeing me. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Hey," he said, his voice flat, like he was reading from a script. "Long time no see." I nodded, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. I've had lucid dreams before, where I know I'm dreaming and can control things, but this didn't feel like that at first. It felt real, too real. I reached out to shake his hand, because that's what you do, right? When our hands touched, his skin was ice cold, and that's when I noticed it. The tattoos on my arm were gone. I have this sleeve on my left arm, all these designs I got over the years, and in that moment, it was just bare skin, smooth and blank, like I'd never inked it at all. My heart skipped a beat. I pulled my hand back and stared at my arm, rubbing it like I could make the tattoos come back, and then, when I focused, really focused, they slowly faded back into view, like someone was drawing them on with invisible ink. That's when it hit me. I was lucid dreaming. I've done this before, where I realize I'm in a dream and I can change things, but this time it felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to be aware. The mist started thickening around us, rolling in from the corners of the hallway until it was so dense I could barely see my own hands. The air got colder and I could feel goosebumps rising on my arms. My classmate was still standing there, but he wasn't moving anymore. He was frozen, like a statue, and his eyes were fixed on me. Then I saw my mom. She was there too, off to the side, just standing in the mist. She looked the way she did when I was a kid, with her hair pulled back and that worried expression she always had. But she was frozen too, not even blinking. I tried to call out to her, but my voice caught in my throat. That's when my classmate leaned in close, his breath cold against my ear, and whispered, "We need to take him out." His voice was so quiet, but it cut through the silence like a knife. I felt a jolt of pure fear, the kind that makes your legs feel weak. Take him out? Who was him? Me? I didn't have time to think because suddenly arms wrapped around me from behind. They were strong like iron bands. Pulling me back, I struggled, but it was useless. Then came this sharp, searing pain in my abdomen, like someone had stabbed me with something hot and cold at the same time. I gasped, and my classmate started shaking me hard, his hands on my shoulders, rattling my teeth. The world started spinning, and everything collapsed into darkness. Like I was falling down a deep hole, I woke up gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat, and my heart hammering against my ribs. It was still dark outside, maybe 4 in the morning, and I could hear the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen for a few seconds. I just lay there, trying to catch my breath, my mind racing. The dream felt so vivid, so real, that I half expected to see the mist in my room or feel that cold hand on my arm. I reached down and touched my stomach. No pain, no blood, but the memory of that sharp ache was so clear, it made me shiver. I sat up, turning on the bedside lamp, and the light felt too bright, too harsh. I kept rubbing my arm where the tattoos had vanished, almost expecting them to be gone again. But they were there, solid and familiar. What gets me is how different this was from other lucid dreams I've had. Usually, when I realize I'm dreaming, I can fly or change the scenery and it feels fun, like I'm in control. But this time, it was like I stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see, like I peeked behind a curtain and saw things that weren't meant for me. The way my classmate whispered those words, "We need to take him out." It wasn't just scary. It felt intentional, like a warning or a threat. And the mist, it wasn't random. It felt alive, like it was hiding something. I've been turning it over in my head ever since, trying to make sense of it, but I can't. It's just there. This heavy feeling in my chest, like I brought something back with me from that dream. I know it sounds crazy, and if I told anyone else, they'd probably say it was just a bad dream, but it's more than that. The details are too sharp. The way the mist tasted, the cold of my classmate's hand, the exact pattern of the linoleum floor. Stuff I wouldn't normally notice in a dream. It's been a couple of days now, and I still feel jumpy, like someone's watching me. I keep expecting to see that dark suit out of the corner of my eye, or feel that grab from behind. I don't know what it means, or if it means anything at all. But I can't shake the feeling that I touched something I shouldn't have, and now it's stuck with me. Story 11. He was older, 14, and he sat up real fast, his voice tight. "That's not sunrise," he said, and I could hear the fear in it. "That's a forest fire." My heart just dropped. I'd heard about forest fires before, seen pictures on TV, but this was different. This was right there, maybe miles away, but the glow was so bright it lit up the inside of our tent, like someone had switched on a red lamp. I could smell it then. This faint, acrid scent of smoke creeping in, like someone burning leaves but way stronger. It made my throat feel scratchy, and I started coughing a little. My dad was up in seconds. He didn't shout, but his voice was urgent, the kind that makes you move without thinking. "Everybody up now! We need to pack and go!" I remember the sound of the tent zipper, loud and frantic, and the cool night air hitting my face. It was cold, but the red glow made everything feel warm, almost feverish. My mom was already pulling sleeping bags together, her hands shaking as she rolled them up. We didn't talk much. We just moved, grabbing whatever we could. Coolers, backpacks, the lanterns. Everything felt heavy and clumsy, like my arms weren't working right. We had this old station wagon, a 1976 Ford Country Squire. It was beige with wood paneling on the sides, and the seats were cracked vinyl that stuck to your legs in the heat. My dad threw our stuff in the back, not caring how it landed, and we piled in. I was in the way back, the part that faced backward, which usually felt fun, but that night it made me dizzy. As we pulled out of the campsite, I looked back and saw the red glow spreading, like a stain across the sky. It was getting brighter, and the smoke was thicker now, hanging in the air like a grey blanket. I could taste it, bitter and dry, like licking an ashtray. The roads were narrow gravel paths, winding through the mountains with no guardrails. Just dirt and rock on one side, and on the other, steep drops into darkness. My dad drove fast but careful, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. The car rattled over the gravel and every bump made me jump. I kept my face pressed to the window, watching the trees blur by. They looked normal at first, but then I started noticing little details. The way the leaves were curling at the edges like they were already feeling the heat. The air outside was hazy, and the headlights cut through the smoke like two weak beams, not reaching very far. I remember the sound of the engine, a steady hum, but underneath it, there was this other noise, a low rumble, like distant thunder. At first, I thought it was the car, but then I realized it was the fire. It was far away, but it sounded alive, like some giant beast waking up and coming for us. My brother was in the seat next to me, and he kept glancing back, his eyes wide. He didn't say anything, but I could feel his fear, like it was a physical thing between us. My mom was up front with my dad, and she kept reaching over to touch his arm, her voice quiet but strained. "Are we going the right way?" she asked, and he just nodded, his jaw tight. The smoke got worse as we drove. It seeped into the car through the vents, making my eyes water and my chest feel tight. I started coughing again, and my brother handed me a water bottle. The water tasted like smoke too, and I only took a sip before putting it down. Outside, the world was turning orange and red. Not just the sky, but the trees themselves seemed to glow in the light. I saw embers floating in the air. Little specks of fire drifting down like snow. One landed on the windshield and sizzled out, leaving a tiny black mark. That's when it hit me. This was real, and it was close. We'd been driving for what felt like hours, but it was probably only 20 or 30 minutes. The roads twisted and turned, and I lost all sense of direction. All I knew was we were going downhill, away from the glow, but it felt like we weren't moving fast enough. Then, up ahead, I saw flashing lights, red and blue cutting through the smoke. My dad slowed down, and a truck pulled up beside us. It was a game warden, his uniform looking dusty and grim. He rolled down his window, and the smell of smoke poured in, stronger than ever. "The fire's spreading faster than we thought," he said, his voice rough, like he'd been shouting. "You need to get out now. We're evacuating all the campsites up here." He didn't wait for a response. He just drove off, his lights flashing as he disappeared around a bend. That moment, my fear went from a low hum to a full-blown scream in my head. Up until then, part of me had thought maybe it wasn't that bad. Maybe we were overreacting. But hearing the warden say it, confirming that yes, the fire was coming and yes, we were in danger, it made everything real. I felt this cold sweat break out all over my body, and my hands started shaking. I gripped the seat in front of me, my fingers digging into the vinyl. My dad glanced back at us, his face pale in the dashboard lights. "It's okay, kids," he said, but his voice was thin, and I could see the fear in his eyes too. "We're going to be fine. Just hold on." We kept driving, and the roads got even narrower. At one point we came around a curve, and I saw flames in the distance. Not just the glow, but actual fire licking up the sides of the trees. It was far off, but it was moving, crawling toward us like something out of a nightmare. The sound was louder now, a crackling, roaring noise that filled the air. I could feel the heat through the car windows, like when you open an oven door. My brother leaned over and whispered, "Don't look." But I couldn't help it. I watched as a patch of trees erupted into flames, lighting up the sky like a fireworks show gone wrong. The car felt like a tin can, and I kept thinking about how flimsy it was. What if the tires popped on the gravel? What if we ran out of gas? My dad had filled up before we left the campsite, but I didn't know how much was left. I remember staring at the fuel gauge, watching the needle hover just above half and praying it wouldn't drop. Every time we hit a bump, I held my breath, expecting something to go wrong. The wind picked up, blowing smoke and embers across the road. At one point, a branch fell in front of us, and my dad swerved, the tires skidding on the gravel. For a second, I thought we were going over the edge, but he straightened out, his hands steady even though I could see them trembling. My mom started praying under her breath, and I found myself doing the same, even though I didn't really know any prayers. I just repeated, "Please, please, please," over and over in my head. My brother was silent, but he had his arms wrapped around himself, like he was trying to hold it together. I looked at my hands and saw they were covered in a fine layer of ash, like grey dust. I wiped them on my jeans, but it didn't come off. Everything felt dirty, contaminated. As we drove lower, the smoke began to thin out a little, but the fear didn't leave. It was like a weight on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I kept glancing back, expecting to see flames right behind us, but all I saw was the red glow, still there, still chasing us. The road started to widen, and we passed a few other cars, all heading the same way. Away from the fire, nobody honked or sped. We were all in this silent, frantic race. I saw a family in a minivan, the kids in the back seat looking just as scared as I felt. One of them waved, and I waved back, but it felt empty, like we were both ghosts already. My dad turned on the radio, maybe for some comfort, but all we got was static and emergency broadcasts. A voice crackled through, talking about evacuation zones and road closures. I didn't understand most of it, but I caught the word uncontained, and my stomach twisted. My dad turned it off quickly, like he didn't want us to hear more. "Almost there," he said, but his voice was strained, and I didn't believe him. The sky started to lighten, not from the fire, but from the actual dawn. The red glow mixed with the pale blue of morning, creating this sickly orange hue that made everything look wrong. I could see the mountains behind us, shrouded in smoke, and the fire was still burning, a line of orange against the dark trees. We reached a paved road finally, and my dad sped up, the car humming smoothly on the asphalt. It should have felt safer, but it didn't. I kept waiting for something to happen, for the fire to jump the road, for a tree to fall, for anything. We drove for what felt like forever, but eventually the signs started looking familiar. We were getting close to home. I saw the turnoff for our town, and my dad took it, his shoulders relaxing just a little. The sun was fully up now, a normal yellow sun in a clear blue sky, but it felt fake, like a painted backdrop. We pulled into our driveway, and my dad turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. For a moment, nobody moved. We just sat there, breathing in the clean, smoke-free air. I could hear birds chirping, like nothing had happened. I got out of the car, my legs wobbly, and stood on the driveway. The grass was wet with dew, and the air was cool and sweet. I looked back the way we'd come, but the mountains were just a distant line on the horizon, no sign of the fire from here. My mom came over and hugged me, her arms tight around my shoulders. "We're safe," she whispered. But I didn't feel safe. I felt hollow, like all the fear had scooped me out inside. We unloaded the car in silence, carrying our smoky camping gear into the house. Everything smelled like fire, our clothes, our hair, the car seats. I went up to my room and sat on the bed, staring at the wall. My heart was still pounding, and I couldn't stop shaking. I kept seeing the red glow, hearing the crackle of flames, feeling the heat on my skin. It was over, but it wasn't. Part of me was still on that gravel road, watching the fire creep closer, wondering if we were going to make it. And that's where it ends, because even now I can't explain how we got out of there. One wrong turn, one stuck tire, one moment of delay, and we might not have. I didn't relax until we were home, but the panic never really left. It's like a ghost that follows me around, And every time I see wildfire footage on the news, I'm right back there, 12 years old and terrified, racing against death in a 1976 Ford Country Squire on a narrow gravel road with no guardrails. The red glow burning behind me like it's never going to stop. Story 12. Then the noise started. At first it was just a faint thumping from upstairs, like someone was moving around in the attic. We don't use the attic for much, just storage for old equipment and files, so I figured maybe it was an animal or something. But then it got louder. Real loud. It wasn't just thumping anymore. It was this heavy rhythmic stomping, like someone was running back and forth up there. And I mean running hard, like they were trying to break through the floor. The walls started shaking, I'm not kidding. I could feel the vibration through the soles of my boots, and little bits of dust were drifting down from the ceiling tiles. My heart started pounding right away. I'm used to dealing with emergencies, car crashes, heart attacks, all that stuff. But this was different. This felt personal, like it was aimed at me. I stood up slowly, trying to listen closer, and that's when I heard the grunting. It was low and guttural, like an animal, but not quite mixed in with. It was this weird wind sound, like a harsh whisper rushing through the vents, even though all the windows were shut tight. I remember my hands getting clammy, and I had to wipe them on my pants because they were sweating so bad. I glanced over at my partner, who was still asleep on the couch. He's a heavy sleeper, always has been, and I thought about waking him up, but part of me didn't want to scare him if it was nothing. But then the stomping got even louder, and it felt like the whole building was rattling. I could hear the pipes in the walls clanging, and the lights flickered for a second. That's when I knew it wasn't nothing. This thing, whatever it was, knew I was awake. I could feel it in my gut, like it was watching me, hunting me. Every time I took a step, the noise would pause, then start up again. Like it was playing with me, I tried to call out, "Hello? Is someone up there?" But my voice came out all shaky, and there was no answer. Just more stomping and that grunting sound, now closer, like it was right above my head. I remember the hair on my arms standing up, and a cold chill ran down my spine. I've been in scary situations before. Once, we had a call where a guy was armed and barricaded, and I thought that was bad, but this was a whole other level of fear. It was primal, like my body was screaming at me to run, but I was frozen for a second, just staring at the ceiling. That's when I decided to wake my partner. I rushed over to the couch and shook him hard. "Hey, wake up! There's something in the attic!" He groaned and rolled over, mumbling something about 5 more minutes. I shook him again, harder this time, and his eyes fluttered open. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice groggy. I told him about the noise, and as if on cue, the stomping started up again, even louder now. It was so intense that a picture frame on the wall rattled and fell off, glass shattering on the floor. My partner sat up straight, his face pale. "What the hell is that?" he said, and I could see the fear in his eyes too. We both stood there listening, and that's when the grunting turned into this low growl, and the wind sound got stronger, like a storm was brewing inside the building. I felt this overwhelming sense of dread, like we weren't alone, and whatever it wasn't human. My partner suggested we check it out, but I couldn't move. My legs felt like jelly, and I was breathing so fast I thought I might hyperventilate. Then the noise shifted. It stopped being just upstairs and started moving. I could hear it coming down, step by step, like it was on the stairs now. That was the moment I totally lost it. I grabbed my partner's arm and pulled him toward the back room, where we keep the medical supplies. It's got a solid door with a lock, and I figured it was the safest place. As we ran, I could hear the thing running down the stairs behind us, not walking, running, fast and heavy, like it was charging. The sound echoed through the hallway, and I could feel the floor vibrating under my feet. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I was sweating so much my shirt was sticking to my back. We slammed the door shut, and I fumbled with the lock, my hands trembling so bad I could barely turn the key. Once we were inside, I leaned against the door, trying to catch my breath. The room was dark, except for the sliver of light under the door, and I could still hear it out there. The stomping had stopped, but now there was this scratching sound, like nails on wood, and the grunting was right outside the door. I could feel it pressing against the other side, like it was testing the lock. My partner was huddled next to me, and I could hear him whispering, "What is it? What is it?" Over and over, but I had no answers. I just shook my head, too scared to speak. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but it was probably only 20 or 30 minutes. The sounds eventually faded, and everything went quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes your skin crawl because you know something's wrong. I peered under the door, but I couldn't see anything. My partner suggested we call the police, so I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. My voice was still shaky when I explained that there was an intruder or something at the station, and they said they'd send someone right over. While we waited, we didn't dare open the door. I kept thinking I heard footsteps outside, but it might have just been my imagination. The fear was still there, deep in my bones, like a cold weight in my stomach. When the police finally arrived, we heard them knocking on the front door, and I shouted that we were in the back room. They came in, and we unlocked the door slowly, peeking out. First, the station was a mess. Chairs knocked over, papers scattered, and that picture frame still in pieces on the floor. The officers did a sweep of the building, and that's when they found the garage door wide open. It's usually locked tight, but it was just hanging there like someone had forced it open. They searched the attic, the garage, everywhere, but they didn't find anyone. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, nothing. One of the cops asked if we'd seen anything, and I told them about the noises, the grunting, the feeling of being hunted. They looked at me like I was crazy, but they wrote it down anyway. My partner backed me up, saying he heard it too, but I could tell they thought we were just spooked. After they left, we tried to clean up, but I couldn't shake the unease. The whole place felt different, like the air was heavier. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something, but there was nothing. The sun was starting to come up, casting this weak light through the windows, and normally that would make me feel better. But not that day. I just felt exposed, vulnerable. My partner and I didn't talk much. We both knew something had happened that we couldn't explain. I went home later that morning, but I didn't sleep. Every little noise made me jump, and I kept replaying it all in my head. The stomping, the grunting, the way it ran down the stairs. That primal dread stayed with me, like a shadow I couldn't shake. Even now, weeks later, I still get chills thinking about it. I've gone back to work, but I avoid being alone at the station, and I never look up at the attic anymore. Whatever it was, it knew I was awake, and it wanted me to know it was there. I can't explain it, and I doubt I ever will. Story 13. But last night was different. Last night I can't stop thinking about, and my hands are still a little shaky even now as I'm trying to type this all out. It started with the fog. We don't get a lot of fog out here, it's a desert, but sometimes in the dead of winter or early spring, a real thick, soupy fog will roll in off the mountains and just sit in the valley. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's something. It just swallows everything. Last night was one of those nights. By 1 in the morning, you couldn't see more than 15, maybe 20 feet in front of you. The security lights on the poles around the parking lot just made these hazy, glowing orbs in the gloom. They didn't really light anything up, just made the fog itself look like it was glowing, which was somehow worse. My routine is pretty set. Every couple of hours I do a walk around the outside of the building. It's a big, low-slung place, shaped like a horseshoe with a central roundabout for drop-offs and pickups. I check the dumpster enclosures, make sure no doors are propped open, that kind of thing. It's usually the most boring part of my night. It was around 2 in the morning, I remember, because I'd just looked at my watch before I pushed the heavy metal side door open and stepped out into the cold, wet air. The fog was so thick It felt like you could grab a handful of it. It was cold, too. A damp chill that went right through my jacket. My boots made soft, wet sounds on the asphalt. The world was just gone. The mountains were gone. The town, what little there is of it, was gone. It was just me and this island of a casino, floating in a sea of white. I started my usual loop, walking along the back of the building where the delivery bays are. Everything was quiet, eerily quiet. The fog muffles all the normal desert sounds, the wind, the distant highway, everything. All I could hear was my own breathing and the squelch of my boots. I came around the corner to the front of the casino, facing the roundabout. The roundabout is just a simple circle of asphalt with a few sad-looking decorative bushes in the center island. It's where taxis wait sometimes during the day or where people get dropped off for a big night out. It's also, and this is the part that's making my skin crawl now, the spot where that truck accident happened last summer. I try not to think about it. A semi-truck driver probably fell asleep at the wheel, missed the turn completely. It didn't even slow down. It just plowed straight through the roundabout, tore up the landscaping, and slammed into a minivan that was sitting there, waiting to pick someone up. 2 people in that van died. A man and his wife, I think. They were just gone. The casino paid for new bushes and repaved the asphalt, and life just moved on. But you don't forget something like that. Every time I walk past that spot, I get a little twinge, a little reminder of the mess that was there. So last night, I come around the corner, and my eyes are just automatically drawn to that spot. And that's when I see it. There's someone standing in the middle of the roundabout, right in the center of it, on the island, just standing there in the fog. My first thought wasn't fear, it was annoyance. Probably some drunk patron who got lost trying to find their car. It happens. I sighed, my breath puffing out in a cloud, and started walking towards them. "Hey!" I called out. My voice sounded flat and dead, swallowed by the fog. "You can't be out here. The casino's closed." The person didn't move. They were just a dark, human-shaped silhouette against the glowing white behind them. They were facing away from me, looking up the road that leads out of town. Not towards the highway, but the other way, up the old county road that doesn't really go anywhere except to a few ranches, and then dead ends into the foothills. I kept walking, my pace picking up a little. "Hey, I'm talking to you. You need to move along." Nothing, no reaction at all. It was like they were a statue. The complete lack of movement was starting to get to me. It was wrong. When you call out to someone, even a drunk person, they flinch or turn or something. This person was perfectly, unnaturally still. I was maybe 30 feet away now, close enough that I should have been able to make out some details. What they were wearing, the color of their hair, something. But the fog was so thick, and the way the security lights were hitting it from behind made the figure just a solid black cutout. There were no features. It was just a shape. A person-shaped hole in the world. A little prickle of unease went down my spine. This was weird. This was seriously weird. I stopped walking. I was close enough. The air felt colder here, a concentrated pocket of chill that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I could feel my heart starting to thump a little harder in my chest. "Look, pal," I said, my voice tighter now. "This is your last warning. You need to turn around and get off this property, or I'm calling the sheriff." Still nothing. They just kept staring up that empty road. What were they looking at? There was nothing there. Just more fog, more darkness, and then I did something stupid. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I thought I saw a car's headlights coming from that direction, a faint glow in the fog that would explain why this guy was staring. Maybe I just needed to look away from that unnerving silhouette for a second. I turned my head, just for a heartbeat, to glance up the road. There was nothing, no lights, just the impenetrable white wall. I looked back at the roundabout. It was empty. The person was gone, just gone. My brain short-circuited. I stared at the spot where they had been standing, the damp asphalt, the trimmed bushes. Nothing. There was no place for them to go. The roundabout is out in the open. To get to any kind of cover, they would have had to run across 20-30 feet of open parking lot in 1 second. I would have heard them. I would have seen a blur of movement. There was no sound of footsteps, no car door slamming, nothing. The fog hadn't even shifted. It was like they had never been there at all, but they had. I knew they had. I'd seen them as clear as I see this keyboard right now. A solid, dark figure standing right in the dead center of that roundabout. My breath caught in my throat. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, a different kind of cold from the fog. This was a deep, internal chill. I stood there, frozen, my eyes scanning the parking lot, darting from shadow to shadow. Nothing moved. The world was still and silent except for the frantic beating of my own heart in my ears. My mind started racing, trying to find a logical explanation, a trick of the light. No, it was too solid. A shadow from one of the light poles. Impossible, the angles were all wrong. Someone playing a prank. Who? And how did they disappear so completely, so silently? And then, like a punch to the gut, I remembered the accident. The truck, the minivan, the 2 people who died. Right there. In that exact spot, my legs felt weak. I actually took a step back. I couldn't stop staring at the empty roundabout. My mind kept superimposing the image of that dark, silent figure over the memory of the twisted metal and broken glass from last summer. The connection clicked into place with a terrifying finality. This wasn't a drunk. This wasn't a prank. I felt sick. The kind of sick that starts in your stomach and climbs up your throat. This was something else, something I didn't have a name for. I forced myself to move. I turned around and started walking back towards the side door, my pace quick. Almost a jog. I didn't look back. I was too scared of what I might see or what I might not see. The feeling of being watched was so intense, it was like a physical pressure between my shoulder blades. I could feel eyes on me. But every time I snapped my head around to look, there was nothing there. Just the fog, watching me, hiding everything. I fumbled with my keys at the door, my hands trembling so badly I could barely get the right one into the lock. I finally got it open and practically fell inside, slamming the heavy door shut behind me and leaning my back against it, breathing hard. The familiar, stale, air-conditioned air of the casino hallway never felt so good. I stood there for a long time, just listening. The hum of the building was a comfort, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I was safe inside, behind locked doors, but I didn't feel safe. I felt like that thing, whatever it was still out there, and it knew I had seen it. The rest of my shift was a blur. I didn't do my next outside round. I couldn't. I stayed in the security office watching the camera monitors. The front camera that points at the roundabout just showed a wall of white fog. I kept expecting to see that dark shape materialize in the center of the screen, but it never did. That was almost worse. The not knowing, the waiting. When the sun finally started to come up, the fog began to burn off. I waited until it was fully light, until I could see the mountains again, and the parking lot was clear and empty. I finally gathered the courage to go back outside. I walked over to the roundabout. The morning was crisp and clean. Birds were chirping. Everything was normal. I stood on the spot where I'd seen the figure. I looked down at the ground, half expecting to see, I don't know what, a scorch mark, a footprint in the dew. There was nothing, just ordinary wet asphalt. I looked up the road, the direction it had been staring. It was just a road leading out into the brown desert and the rocky hills. Nothing special, nothing to stare at. But as I stood there, a memory from the accident report flashed in my mind. I'd read it when it happened, part of the paperwork I had to file for the property damage. The minivan, the one that was hit, it had been coming from that direction. They had been driving in from one of the ranches up that old county road. They were on their way home. The figure was staring up the road they had come from, the road home. I got the chills then, a wave of them that started at the base of my skull and washed all the way down to my feet. It was so strong I had to wrap my arms around myself. This wasn't just a random ghost. This was a specific terrible moment, frozen in time and replaying itself in the fog. A memory of someone's last journey, staring back towards the life they'd left behind. I never saw a face. I don't know if it was the man or the woman. I don't know why it chose to show itself to me last night, of all nights. Maybe the fog was a catalyst. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But I don't believe in coincidences like that anymore. I finished my shift and drove home, but I didn't sleep. I just lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, seeing that dark, silent silhouette every time I closed my eyes. The sheer normalcy of the spot in the daylight makes it even more horrifying. It's just a roundabout. People drive over it every day. They have no idea. I have to go back to work tonight. The fog is supposed to be back, and I keep thinking about that empty, staring posture, that perfect stillness. I keep thinking about what it was waiting for. And I have this awful, gut-twisting feeling that if I see it again, it won't be staring up the road anymore. It'll be turned around, and it'll be looking right at me. Story 14. I'd been seeing things for years by then. Little glimpses of a boy in striped pajamas on the stairs, or in the reflection of the glass in the front door. We all called him Eli, because that's what the neighbors said his name was when they'd tell stories over fences or at block parties. They'd talk about how he'd been around forever, a ghost kid who died a long time ago, but no one ever had the full story. It was just part of life on Maple Street, like the way the old oak trees would creak in the wind, or how the attic footsteps would start up after dark. That day, I was supposed to be cleaning my room, but I kept getting distracted. The house was too quiet, and every little noise made me jump. I remember the feeling of the wooden floorboards under my bare feet. They were cool and slightly gritty from dust, and I could feel the vibrations whenever someone walked outside. I was in the hallway upstairs, near the top of the staircase, when I first felt it. Not a sound, but this cold patch of air that seemed to settle right around me. It was like stepping into a freezer for a second, and the hairs on my arms stood up. I rubbed my arms, thinking maybe the AC had kicked on, but it was off because my mom liked to save money in the summer. I leaned over the banister to look down the stairs. They were steep and narrow, with that same striped runner we'd had forever, worn thin in the middle, from all the feet that had gone up and down. That's when I saw him, or thought I did. Out of the corner of my eye, there was a flicker of movement on the steps. Like someone small had just darted past. My heart started pounding, and I gripped the banister hard enough that the wood dug into my palms. I told myself it was nothing, just the light playing tricks. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I decided to go downstairs to get a drink of water, mostly to prove to myself that I was being silly. As I walked down, each step creaked in that familiar way, but halfway down, I heard another creak from above, like someone was following me. I froze and looked back up, but there was nothing there. The hallway at the top was empty, just the closed doors to the bedrooms and the bathroom. I remember the smell then, a mix of old wood and the faint scent of my mum's lavender air freshener. But underneath it, there was this weird, musty odor, like something had been shut away for too long. When I got to the kitchen, I poured myself a glass of water from the tap. The sink was one of those old porcelain ones with stains from years of use, and the water always tasted a bit metallic. As I drank, I caught my reflection in the window above the sink. It was daytime, but the sky had started to cloud over, making the light grey and dull. For a second, I thought I saw something behind me in the reflection, a small figure in striped pajamas just standing there. I spun around so fast I almost dropped the glass, but the kitchen was empty, just the table with its checked tablecloth and the fridge humming softly. My hands were shaking, and I put the glass down too hard, making a clinking sound that echoed in the quiet. I tried to laugh it off, thinking about how the neighbors would say, "That's just Eli," like it was no big deal. Mrs. Gable from next door had told me once, when I was little, that she'd seen him in her mirror when she was brushing her hair. She said he looked sad, with big eyes and those striped pajamas, and that he'd vanish if you blinked. At the time, it sounded like a fun story, but standing there in the kitchen, it didn't feel fun anymore. I decided to go back upstairs, but I took the steps slowly, listening for anything out of the ordinary. The house felt heavier, like the air was pressing down on me. When I reached the top, I noticed the door to the attic was slightly ajar. We almost never went up there because it was full of old junk, and it gave my mom the creeps. She'd say she heard footsteps up there at night, light and quick, like a child running. I'd heard them too, sometimes when I was trying to sleep, but I always blamed it on the house settling or mice. Seeing the attic door open made my stomach twist. I knew I hadn't left it like that. I'd been avoiding that part of the hallway all day. I walked over slowly, my feet barely making a sound on the carpet runner. The door was old, with peeling white paint, and it swung inward when I pushed it gently. The stairs leading up were steep and dark, and a draft of cold air hit me in the face. It smelled even mustier up there, with a hint of something else, like old paper and dampness. I thought about calling for my mum, but I didn't want to seem like a baby. Instead, I started climbing the attic stairs, holding on to the rough wooden rail. Each step groaned under my weight, and the darkness seemed to swallow the light from below. When I reached the top, I fumbled for the pull string for the light bulb. It clicked on, casting a weak yellow glow over the space. The attic was cluttered with boxes, an old trunk, and some furniture covered in sheets. Dust motes floated in the air, and I could see cobwebs in the corners. I was about to turn around and leave when I heard a soft shuffling sound from behind a stack of boxes near the far wall. My breath caught in my throat, and I stood perfectly still, listening. It came again, a light, rhythmic sound like footsteps, but smaller and faster. I took a step forward, my heart hammering against my ribs. The floorboards up here were uneven, and I had to watch my step to avoid tripping. As I moved closer to the boxes, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the dusty floor, was a small pair of footprints, like from a child's bare feet. They were faint, but clear enough to see the outline of toes and heels. I knelt down to look, and that's when I noticed the striped pajama pants folded neatly on top of one of the boxes. They were old-fashioned, with thin blue and white stripes, and they looked like they'd been there for years, covered in a layer of dust. I reached out to touch them, and my fingers brushed against the fabric. It was soft like flannel, but icy cold. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the attic, even though there were no windows open. The light bulb flickered, and for a second, everything went dark. I scrambled backward, my hands slipping on the dusty floor. When the light came back on, the pajamas were gone, just like that, vanished. I don't know how long I sat there, shaking and trying to catch my breath. The attic felt even colder now, and I could see my breath misting in the air. I heard a faint whisper, so quiet I almost missed it. It sounded like a child's voice saying, "Elijah." That name stuck in my head because it was similar to Eli, but I didn't know what it meant at the time. I got up and practically ran down the attic stairs, not caring how loud I was. I slammed the door shut behind me and leaned against it, my chest heaving. The hallway seemed normal again, but I couldn't shake the fear. I went to my room and curled up on my bed, pulling the covers over my head like I used to when I was little. I could still smell that musty attic smell on my clothes, and it made me feel sick. After a while, I heard my mom calling from downstairs. She was back from the garden, and her voice was calm and normal, which helped ground me a bit. I went down to see her, and she asked why I looked so pale. I almost told her about the attic, but I didn't want to worry her. Instead, I said I wasn't feeling well, which was true. The rest of the day passed in a blur. We had dinner, watched some TV, and I tried to act normal, but every creak or shadow made me jump. When it got dark, I went up to bed early. My room was at the end of the hall, and I had to pass the attic door again. This time it was closed tight, but I could have sworn I heard light footsteps from behind it. Pacing back and forth, I lay in bed for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling and listening to the house. The street outside was quiet, with only the occasional car passing by. Then, around midnight, I heard it. The distinct sound of someone walking up the stairs from the first floor. Not heavy, adult steps, but light and quick, like a child's. I pulled the covers up to my chin and held my breath. The steps reached the top of the stairs and paused right outside my door. I could see the gap under the door, and a shadow fell across it, blocking the hall light. It was small, like a kid's shadow. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. After what felt like forever, the shadow moved away, and I heard the footsteps continue down the hall toward the attic. Then, the attic door creaked open, and I heard those light steps climbing the stairs. I stayed like that until morning, too scared to sleep or even move. When the sun came up, I finally got out of bed and checked the hallway. Everything was normal. The attic door was closed, and there were no footprints or anything. But I never forgot that day, and I still don't know what really happened. Years later, I found out from an old neighbor that the boy's name was Elijah, and he'd died of pneumonia in that house long before we moved in. But that day, it felt like he was right there with me, and I've never been able to explain any of it. Story 15. It was one of those days that started out completely normal, you know? The kind where you're just going through the motions, not expecting anything to go wrong. I woke up around 7 in the morning, my alarm blaring like it always does, and I dragged myself out of bed. The room was still dark because it was winter, and I could feel the chill seeping through the windows. I remember thinking about how much I hated working the morning shift at the burger joint, but it paid the bills, so I didn't have much choice. I got ready quickly, threw on my uniform, which always smelled like old grease, no matter how many times I washed it, and grabbed a granola bar for breakfast. My apartment was small, just a one-bedroom on the ground floor, and it always felt a bit cramped. But it was mine. I lived alone, which I usually didn't mind, but lately things had been feeling off. Not in a big way, just little things that made the back of my neck prickle, like someone was watching me. I shrugged it off that morning, though I figured it was just stress from work or something. The drive to work was uneventful. Traffic was light, and I listened to the same old radio station that played too many commercials. When I pulled into the parking lot, the sun was just starting to come up, casting this weak, gray light over everything. The restaurant was one of those chain places, always busy, with fluorescent lights that made everyone look tired. I clocked in, said hi to my manager, and started my shift. It was the usual routine, taking orders, flipping burgers, dealing with customers who were always in a hurry. Ethan came in around 10 that morning. He was a regular, had been coming in for months. At first, he was just another face in the crowd. Polite, quiet, always ordered the same thing, a cheeseburger, no pickles, and a large coffee. We'd chat a little if it wasn't too busy. He seemed nice, maybe a bit lonely, but harmless. Over time, he started showing up more often, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. He'd linger at the counter, asking how my day was, telling me about his job or whatever. I didn't think much of it. In food service, you get all kinds of people, and most of them are just looking for a little human connection. But then the gifts started. Small things at first, a candy bar he'd leave on the counter for me, or a magazine he thought I'd like. I'd laugh it off and say thanks, but it made me uncomfortable. I tried to be polite, you know. I didn't want to be rude, but I started feeling this knot in my stomach whenever I saw him. He'd stare at me from across the room, and his eyes had this intensity that creeped me out. I told my co-workers about it, and they said I was overreacting, that he was just a friendly guy. So I brushed it off, but I started avoiding him when I could, taking my breaks in the back instead of the dining area. That day when he walked in, I felt that familiar dread wash over me. He was wearing the same jacket he always did, this dark green thing that looked too thin for the weather. His hair was messy, like he hadn't combed it, and he had this weird smile on his face. He came straight to my register, and I forced myself to smile back. "Hey, Ethan," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at me for a second too long. Then he leaned in a little, and I could smell coffee on his breath. "I brought you something," he said, his voice low. He pulled a small box out of his pocket and slid it across the counter. It was wrapped in cheap wrapping paper, like something from a dollar store. My heart started beating faster. I didn't want to take it, but I didn't know how to refuse without making a scene. So I picked it up and said, "Thanks, but you really don't have to." He just kept smiling. "Open it later," he said. "It's special." I nodded and put the box under the counter, feeling sick to my stomach. The rest of my shift, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time the door opened, I'd jump, half expecting to see him again. He didn't come back, though, and around 2 in the afternoon, my shift ended. I clocked out, grabbed my stuff, and hurried to my car. The box was still in my pocket, and it felt like it was burning a hole there. I drove home, my hands shaking on the wheel. The sky had gotten darker, and it looked like it might rain. When I got to my apartment, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, taking a deep breath. The place was quiet, too quiet. I could hear the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic outside. I pulled the box out of my pocket and just stared at it for a minute. Part of me didn't want to open it, but I knew I had to. I tore off the wrapping paper. Inside was a small jewelry box, and when I opened it, there was a silver necklace with a heart pendant. It was cheap-looking, the kind you'd get from a vending machine, but what made my blood run cold was the note tucked inside. It was written in messy handwriting, "You're mine now." I dropped the box like it was on fire. My whole body went cold, and I felt this wave of panic wash over me. I started pacing around my living room, my mind racing. What was I supposed to do? Call the police? But what would I say? That a customer gave me a creepy gift? They'd probably tell me to ignore it. I thought about calling a friend, but I didn't want to bother anyone, so I tried to calm down, telling myself I was overreacting. I decided to take a shower to clear my head. The hot water helped a little, but I kept hearing noises, little creaks and bumps that made me jump. I told myself it was just the old building settling. When I got out, I wrapped myself in a towel and went to my bedroom to get dressed. That's when I heard it. A scratching sound at the front door. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears. It sounded like someone was trying to pick the lock. I tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. The hallway was empty. Maybe it was my imagination or a neighbor. But then I heard it again. A soft, persistent scraping, like metal on metal. I backed away from the door, my breath coming in short gasps. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, but my hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold it. Before I could hit call, the scratching stopped. Everything went silent. I stood there for what felt like forever, listening, but there was nothing. Slowly I started to relax a little. Maybe it was nothing. I went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, trying to steady my nerves. That's when I saw it. A shadow moving past my window. My apartment is on the ground floor, and the windows face the parking lot. I ducked down, my heart hammering against my ribs. I crawled to the window and peeked out through the blinds. At first, I didn't see anything, just cars and the dim streetlights. Then I saw him. Ethan was standing by my car, just staring at my apartment. He had something in his hand, but it was too dark to see what it was. I scrambled back, my mind screaming at me to hide. I ran to my bedroom and locked the door, then shoved my dresser in front of it. It was heavy, and I was sweating and shaking the whole time. I could hear footsteps outside, slow and deliberate, like he was taking his time. Then there was a loud bang on the front door, so hard it made the whole apartment shake. "I know you're in there!" he yelled, his voice distorted and angry. It didn't even sound like him anymore. I curled up on the floor, my hands over my ears, but I couldn't block it out. The banging continued, over and over, and I could hear the wood splintering. I fumbled with my phone, finally managing to call 911. The operator's voice was calm, but I was sobbing so hard I could barely get the words out. I told her someone was breaking in, gave her my address, and she said help was on the way. But it felt like forever. The banging stopped for a minute, and then I heard glass breaking from the living room. He was inside. I could hear his footsteps moving through my apartment, slow and heavy. He was calling my name, softly at first, then louder, more frantic. Come out, wherever you are," he sang, like it was some kind of game. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. My whole body was trembling, and I could feel tears streaming down my face. I could hear him getting closer, his footsteps right outside my bedroom door. Then he started pounding on it, and I saw the door frame crack. He was using something heavy. That's when I realized it was an axe. I could see the blade hacking through the wood, splinters flying everywhere. I screamed, but it came out as a choked sob. The dresser was shaking, and I knew it wouldn't hold much longer. I looked around for something to defend myself with, but there was nothing. Just then, I heard sirens in the distance, growing louder. Hope surged through me, but it was short-lived. The axe came crashing through the door, and I saw his face through the hole. His eyes were wild, insane, and he was smiling. He kicked the door open, shoving the dresser aside like it was nothing. He stood there holding the axe, covered in sweat and breathing heavily. He took a step toward me, and I scrambled backward until I hit the wall. There was nowhere to go. "I told you you're mine," he said, his voice a low growl. I closed my eyes, waiting for the blow, but it never came. Instead, there was a loud crash from the front of the apartment and shouts, "Police! Drop the weapon!" Ethan turned, and in that split second, I saw the confusion on his face. Then there was a scuffle, more shouting, and the sound of him being tackled to the ground. I stayed curled up on the floor, shaking uncontrollably, until an officer came into the room and helped me up. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear him over the ringing in my ears. They handcuffed Ethan and dragged him out. As they passed, he looked at me, and his expression was blank, like he didn't even recognize me. One of the officers stayed with me, asking if I was okay, but I couldn't speak. I just nodded, my whole body numb. Later at the station, they told me who he was. Ethan had a record. He was a convicted murderer out on parole. He'd killed someone years ago in a similar way, and he'd been stalking me for months. The police found more stuff in his car, photos of me, notes, even some of my mail that he'd stolen. They said I was lucky they got there when they did. I went home eventually, but I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing his face, hearing the axe hitting the door. I moved out a week later, couldn't stand being in that apartment anymore. Even now, years later, I still jump at loud noises, and I never answer the door without looking through the peephole first. I don't know why he chose me, or what made him snap that day. I guess I'll never know. Story 16. We were just talking, passing a bottle of cheap pop back and forth, our breath making little clouds in the glow from the single streetlight down the road. The conversation was the usual, complaining about work, stupid people we knew, what movie we might watch later. It was normal. It was boring. I remember stamping my feet to keep them warm and thinking I should have worn a thicker pair of socks. That's when I saw him. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, or maybe one of the guys from the farm next door checking on a fence line. He was over by the far corner of the graveyard, pacing back and forth along the tree line. But the way he moved was wrong. It wasn't a walk with a purpose. It was this agitated, shuffling pace, like a caged animal. And he was mumbling. I couldn't hear the words from where I was, just this low, constant rumble, like a beehive stuck in a man's throat. "Hey, you see that?" I said, nudging my friend Mark with my elbow. He squinted. "See what? A raccoon?" "No, man. A guy, over by the maples. Mark looked again, and I saw his posture change. He saw him too. We both fell quiet, just watching this figure pace and mutter. The others noticed our silence and turned to look. For a minute, nobody said anything. It was just the sound of the wind rustling the dead leaves and this distant, unsettling mumble. I don't know what came over me. Curiosity, I guess, or maybe that specific brand of stupidity that only strikes when you're young and think you're invincible. "I'm going to go see if he's okay," I said. Already taking a step forward, my friends immediately started protesting. "Leah, don't be an idiot," Mark said, grabbing my sleeve. "That's weird, just leave it." But I pulled my arm away. "He might be lost or something. It's freezing out, just wait here." I started walking across the grass, the frozen blades crunching under my boots. The closer I got, the more details I could make out. He was an older man, dressed in clothes that looked wrong. They weren't rags, but they were old-fashioned. Heavy wool pants, suspenders over a plaid shirt, thick boots. It was the kind of stuff you see in photos from 100 years ago. His hair was grey and stuck out from under a beat-up cap, and he was still mumbling. The words were becoming clearer now. It was the same phrase, over and over. "Gotta find it. Left it in the room by the hospital. Gotta find it." His voice was raspy, strained, like he'd been repeating it for a very long time. He was so focused on his pacing, on his mantra, that he didn't seem to notice me approaching. I stopped about 10 feet away, my heart starting to thump a little harder in my chest. The air felt colder here, a deep, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the October night. Excuse me?" I said, my voice sounding small and fragile in the wide, dark silence. He stopped pacing, just froze. His head was tilted down, the cap shadowing his face. Slowly, very slowly, he turned to look at me. That's when I saw it. The left side of his head, from his temple back, was just gone. It wasn't gory. There was no blood, no brain matter. It was just a concave absence, a smooth, hollowed-out cavity where part of his skull and brain should have been. The skin around the edges was waxy and seamless, like a clay sculpture that had been scooped out before it dried. I could see the vague shape of his other ear, and his one good eye, a pale, watery blue, was fixed on me with a desperate intensity. My breath caught in my throat. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, to get as far away from this thing as possible. My legs felt like they were made of wood. I couldn't move. I could only stare at the horrifying, impossible geometry of his head. "You," he whispered, his voice a dry rustle, "you can see me?" I managed a tiny, jerky nod. My mouth was so dry I couldn't speak. A spark of something like hope lit up in his single eye. He took a shuffling step toward me. The cold radiating from him intensified, washing over me in a wave. It was the cold of a deep cellar, of soil and stone. "I need help," he pleaded, his hands coming up in a gesture of supplication. They were rough, work-worn hands. "I lost it. I can't remember where I put it. I left it in the room near the hospital. You gotta help me find it." His words tumbled out, frantic and lost. The room near the hospital. My mind, reeling from the terror of his appearance, latched onto that phrase. I knew this town's history. The old hospital had been torn down decades ago. But before that, the land had belonged to a nunnery. They'd moved the old nunnery building stone by stone to the grounds of the elementary school. We'd all grown up with stories about it, about nuns who still walked the halls at night. And this man, his clothes, his manner, he wasn't from a hospital. He was from a farm. The old farm that used to supply the nunnery. And terrible dawning understanding washed over me, colder than the air around him. He wasn't just a disfigured man. He was stuck. He was a loop of energy and memory, replaying his final desperate moments forever. He was staring at me, waiting for an answer, his one eye wide and pleading. The fear in my chest was a living thing clawing to get out. But underneath it, a weird, profound pity was bubbling up. He was so lost. He had been lost for a very, very long time. I swallowed, forcing my voice to work. You're not looking for something from the hospital, I said, my words trembling. He blinked, confused. The room by the hospital? No, I said, a little stronger now. That building's gone. The nunnery, they moved it. It's part of the school now. His face went slack with confusion. The school? No, I had to. He trailed off, his brow furrowing. The mumbling started again, but quieter now. Gotta find it. For the sisters, I knew I had to say it. I had to break the loop. It felt like the most dangerous thing I had ever done, like poking a sleeping bear with a very sharp stick. I took a shallow breath. Mister, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I think you're dead. The moment the words left my mouth, the air around us went completely still. The wind died. The rustling leaves fell silent. It was a vacuum of sound. The man froze, his whole body rigid. His one good eye was locked on mine, but the confusion in it was being rapidly replaced by something else, a slow, dawning horror. A low moan started deep in his chest, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. He brought his hands up to the sides of his head, his fingers brushing against the solid whole part and then dipping into that terrible empty cavity. He flinched violently as if touching it for the first time. No, he moaned. The thresher, the belt snapped. His form began to flicker like a bad television signal. For a second, I could see the maple trees behind him perfectly, then he'd solidify again. But he was changing. The desperate, lost farmer was fading. The panic in his eye was being replaced by a deep, weary sadness. The flickering settled. He was still there, still semi-transparent, still missing half his head, but he was present now, he was aware. He lowered his hands and looked at them, then back at me. The weight of decades, of being trapped in that single, agonizing moment, seemed to settle on his shoulders. I remember, he said, and his voice was different, clearer, tired. I remember the noise. The pain was... it was so quick. He looked toward the graveyard, a look of profound understanding on his ruined face. I've been walking here a long time, haven't I? I just nodded, my heart aching with a sympathy I never thought I could feel for something that had terrified me seconds before. My name is Leah, I said softly. He gave a slow, sad nod. Joshua, he replied. My name was Joshua. He looked past me, toward my friends who were still huddled by the road, though I knew they couldn't see any of this. To them, I was just standing alone in a field, talking to myself. Then Joshua's gaze shifted to a spot just beside me, and his one eye widened slightly. It was a look of recognition and a little bit of fear. I knew who he was looking at. My ghost, Wyatt. Wyatt's been with me since I was a kid, a silent, protective presence that only I can see. He doesn't like it when other spirits get too close to me. I could feel him there, a pressure in the air, a protective glare directed at Joshua. I gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of my head. It's okay, I thought, hoping Wyatt would understand. He's not a threat. Joshua seemed to get the message. He looked back at me, a new kind of peace smoothing some of the lines on his face. You can see the others too, he stated, not asked. Sometimes, I said. He was silent for a long moment, just standing there, solidifying in his newfound memory. The frantic energy was gone. He was just a man now, a ghost of a man, finally aware of his own state. It's time to stop looking, Joshua, I said gently. You can go now. He looked down at his hands again, then back toward the graveyard. A deep longing filled his expression. I'm so tired, he whispered. Then come with us, I said, the words coming out before I could even think about them. I gestured vaguely to the space around me, to Wyatt, to the unseen world he was now a part of. "You don't have to walk this fence alone anymore." He looked at me, and for the first time, something like a real smile touched his lips. It was a sad smile, but a genuine one. He gave a formal, almost old-world little bow of his head. "Thank you, ma'am," he said. I couldn't help but let out a small, choked laugh. "Leah, just Leah is fine. You don't have to call me ma'am." He just nodded again, that faint smile still there. "As you say, ma'am." And then he started to fade. It wasn't a flicker this time. It was a gentle dissolution, like sugar in water. He became translucent, the outlines of his body softening, the plaid of his shirt blending into the dark of the trees behind him. He held my gaze for a second longer, his one good eye full of a gratitude so immense it made my own eyes prickle with tears, and then he was gone. The space where he'd been standing was just empty night air. The normal sounds of the world rushed back in, the wind, a distant dog barking, the nervous chatter of my friends calling my name. The deep, supernatural cold was gone, replaced by the ordinary chill of an Ontario autumn night. I stood there for another full minute, just breathing, trying to process what had just happened. The terror of seeing his half-missing head was now tangled up with this overwhelming, bizarre feeling of having helped someone. I felt drained, but also clean. Mark ran up to me, his face pale. "Leah, what the hell was that? You were just standing there, talking to nothing. You scared the crap out of us." I looked at him, then back at the empty spot where Joshua had been. How could I ever explain it? They'd never believe me. It sounded insane even in my own head. "I thought I saw something," I mumbled, turning away from the graveyard and starting to walk back toward the road. It was nothing, just a trick of the light. But as I walked away, I could still feel the echo of that profound cold, and I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that it hadn't been nothing. Joshua was gone. He'd finally found what he was looking for. And I was left with the memory of his one grateful eye and the sound of his voice, calling me ma'am as he faded from this world forever. D. Story 17. The walk was 45 minutes every night through an industrial district that was dead to the world after 5 p.m. No sidewalks, just the gravel shoulder of a 2-lane road that the big rigs used as a shortcut to the highway. That night, it was brutally cold. I'm talking about the kind of cold that doesn't just nip at your skin, it claws at it. The Weather Channel had said it was 20 below, but with the wind whipping down from the Arctic, it felt like 40 below. It steals your breath the second you step outside, crystallizing in your lungs. I was dressed for it, or so I thought. Long johns under my jeans, a thermal shirt, a thick wool sweater, my big parka, a scarf wrapped around my face so only my eyes were exposed, and a toque pulled down to my eyebrows. My boots were supposed to be insulated, but after 20 minutes of walking, you stop feeling your toes. You just have to trust they're still there. The road was a sheet of black ice, polished to a sinister gleam by the constant wind and the occasional truck. The packed snow on the shoulder was my usual path, a little treacherous, but better than risking the road itself. The only light came from the tall, humming sodium vapor lamps spaced far apart, casting these sickly orange puddles of light that made the darkness between them feel even deeper. My world was the crunch of my boots, the cloud of my own breath, and the distant, lonely sound of a train horn miles away. I remember being about halfway there, maybe 25 minutes into the walk I was in, one of those dark stretches between lamps, just focusing on putting one foot in front of the other, trying to keep my mind numb like my feet. My thoughts were on nothing, really. What I might have for my lunch break, whether I'd remembered to pay my phone bill, the usual mundane stuff you use to distract yourself from the fact that you're walking through a frozen wasteland in the middle of the night. And then it happened. It wasn't a dramatic slip. There was no flailing of arms, no cry for help. It was instant, and utterly silent. My right boot, coming down on what looked like a stable patch of packed snow, just went out from under me. There was no give, no scrape. It was like the earth had been yanked away. My body flipped backward, almost in a perfect arc. I didn't have a millisecond to react, to put my hands out, to tense up. One moment I was upright, the next I was horizontal in the air. And then the world exploded. The impact wasn't a thud. It was a crack, a sickening, hollow crack that echoed inside my own skull as the back of my head and my shoulders slammed into the solid ice of the road. It was the kind of impact that doesn't just hurt. It shuts everything down. For a second, there was nothing. No pain, no sound, no cold. Just a blinding white flash behind my eyes and a complete, terrifying void. Then the reality of my situation crashed down on me harder than the fall itself. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I was lying flat on my back in the middle of the road, staring up at a hazy, orange-tinted sky, and I was completely paralyzed. It wasn't a thought like, oh, I'm paralyzed. It was a primal, animal knowledge. My brain was screaming commands to my limbs. Get up, roll over. And there was nothing, no response. My arms were lead weights pinned to my sides. My legs were just gone. I couldn't even feel them. The cold of the ice seeped through my parka instantly, a deep, invasive chill that started to gnaw at my spine. But that was a secondary concern. The primary, all-consuming terror was the lack of air. My diaphragm was locked. I tried to gasp, to suck in even a tiny bit of that frozen air, and my chest just wouldn't obey. It was like a giant invisible weight was sitting on my ribcage. Panic, pure and undiluted, flooded every cell in my body. My heart wasn't beating. It was just hammering against my sternum, a frantic, trapped bird. This is it, I thought. This is how I die. I'm going to suffocate right here, or I'm going to freeze into a human popsicle, and some trucker is going to find my flattened, icy corpse at dawn. And that's when the second layer of horror introduced itself. Headlights. Way down the road, a pinprick of light appeared. It was far away, but on this flat, straight industrial stretch, I could see it coming. It was one of the big 18-wheelers, the kind that shook my apartment windows when they rumbled past. It was moving at a good speed, probably thinking the road was empty. My mind, which had been a screaming mess, suddenly focused with a terrifying laser-like clarity. I could see it play out in my head, vivid and detailed, like a premonition. The truck getting closer, the driver maybe sipping his coffee, not seeing the dark lump on the road until it was too late. The sheer mass of the vehicle. The sound it would make. Not a screech of brakes, because on this ice, brakes were useless. It would be a low, grinding roar as the tires lost traction and started to slide. I could picture the tread of the tires, the intricate patterns, sliding sideways, coming right for me. I could imagine the moment of impact, the crushing weight, the absolute obliteration. The headlights grew from a pinprick to two glowing orbs. They were getting brighter, illuminating the swirling ice crystals in the air. I could hear the faint, low rumble of the engine now, a sound that was getting deeper, louder. This was the fuel, this raw, animal fear of being pulverized. It was like a lightning bolt to my frozen nervous system. Adrenaline, I felt it surge through me, a hot, electric current that burned through the paralysis. It started as a twitch in my left index finger, just a tiny, spasmodic jerk. It was the most beautiful, most profound movement I had ever experienced. I focused every ounce of my will on that finger, then on my hand. Move! Move! My left hand flopped over, palm slapping against the ice. The sensation was a dull, distant thud, but it was a connection. I was still here. I was still in my body. The truck was closer now. I could see it was a flatbed, a dark shape behind the blinding lights. The rumble was a physical vibration I could feel through the ice against my back. Breath. I needed breath. I forced my jaw to relax, my throat to open, and I managed a tiny, wheezing sip of air. It was like swallowing razor blades, the cold slicing into my frozen lungs. But it was oxygen. It gave me another jolt. I focused on my right arm. It felt like I was trying to command a limb made of concrete. But slowly, agonizingly, I managed to drag it a few inches across the ice. Then my left arm joined in. I wasn't pushing myself up. That was impossible. I was trying to roll, to get off my back, to make myself a smaller target, or at least to not die staring at the sky. My shoulders screamed in protest. A hot, sharp pain erupted in my lower back, a clear signal that something was very wrong there. But the pain was a good sign. It meant I could feel something. I grunted, a raw, guttural sound that was torn from my throat, and I used every last bit of strength to heave my torso over. I rolled onto my right side. The world tilted violently. The movement was clumsy and jarring, and fresh agony shot through my hip and ribs. But I was on my side. I was no longer a flat target. The truck was now terrifyingly close. The headlights weren't just lights anymore. They were two suns washing over me, bleaching the color out of everything. The roar of the engine filled my ears, a deafening wave of sound. I could see the individual details of the grille, the company logo on the front. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the slide, for the impact. The sound changed. It wasn't a screech, but a heavy, groaning shift, as the driver must have finally seen me. The pitch of the engine dropped as he downshifted, trying to slow without braking. I could hear the tires, a different sound on the ice, a sort of gritty, uncertain slither. I kept my eyes shut, my body tensed into a fetal position on the ice. This was it. This was the moment. The sound didn't get louder. It passed me. The roar of the engine moved from in front of me to beside me to behind me. A blast of freezing wind and the smell of diesel exhaust washed over me as the massive shape of the truck slid by. It hadn't stopped. It hadn't even slowed that much. It had just slid past. I could feel the displacement of air, the sheer size of it missing me by what felt like inches. The red glow of its taillights receded down the road, and then I was alone again, curled on my side in the gutter, shaking uncontrollably. The immediate threat was gone, but I was still in the middle of the road. I had to get off it. The gutter was a 3-foot-wide trench of filthy, frozen slush and gravel, but it was safety. Moving was a new kind of agony. Every twitch, every inch gained, was a monumental effort that drained me completely. I couldn't use my legs. They were still useless, just dead weight. So I used my arms and my core, what little strength I had left. I dug my elbows into the ice and dragged myself. It was a pathetic, worm-like crawl. My parka scraped against the rough ice, the sound horribly loud in the sudden quiet. My face was pressed against the ground, and I could smell the oil and grit of the road. The frozen slush in the gutter soaked through my gloves and the knees of my jeans, the cold a fresh, biting assault. Each pull forward sent jolts of fire through my back and shoulders. I dragged myself 6 inches, then have to stop, panting, my breath pluming in the orange light. My whole body trembling from the strain and the cold. My thoughts were stripped down to the most basic elements. Elbow, pull, pain, stop, breathe, elbow, pull. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. I finally managed to haul my entire body out of the road and into the gutter. I collapsed, my cheek resting in the icy filth, completely spent. I just lay there for a long time, shivering, listening to the blood pounding in my ears. The feeling was slowly returning to my legs in a cascade of painful electric pins and needles. After a while, I knew I couldn't stay there. I would freeze to death for sure. I had to get to work. It was the only shelter for miles. Getting to my feet was a whole new battle. I used the frozen embankment, clawing at it with my numb fingers, hauling myself up. My legs buckled the first few times, the muscles refusing to cooperate. When I finally stood, the pain in my lower back was so intense I saw stars. I stood there, swaying, hunched over like an old man, just trying to find my balance on the icy gravel. The rest of the walk was a blur of pure misery. I limped, dragging my right leg. each step a fresh reminder of the fall. The cold, which I had momentarily forgotten in the heat of panic, came back with a vengeance, sinking deep into my bruised and battered body. I was crying, I think, the tears freezing on my cheeks and scarf. I made it to the factory. The blast of warm, oily air from the entrance was almost as shocking as the cold. I shuffled inside, past the time clock, not even looking at anyone. I went straight to the locker room, sat on a bench, and just stared at the grimy, yellowing tiles on the floor. I didn't talk to anyone. What would I say? "Hey guys, I almost died on the way here." They'd just nod and go back to their machines. That was the culture. You showed up, you did your job, you went home. My body felt like one giant throbbing bruise. When I finally mustered the courage to go to the bathroom and check, later that night, the bruise on my lower back was already forming, a deep, ugly purple-black that spread from my spine around to my hips. It was terrifying to look at, but nothing was broken. I could move, however painfully. The shift dragged on forever. Every movement hurt. Every time a machine slammed shut with a loud clang, I'd jump, my heart seizing. The image of those truck tires sliding toward me, flashing behind my eyes. I kept walking to work after that. I didn't have a car, and it wasn't like I could afford to quit. But I was different. I walked on the very edge of the gravel, as far from the road as I could get. I tested every step before putting my weight down. I flinched at every set of headlights, my body tensing, ready for another fall that never came. The experience didn't leave me with some profound philosophical insight. It just left me with a deep, quiet knowledge of how fragile I was, how a single patch of invisible ice on a dark road could be the difference between life and a messy, lonely death. It left me with the memory of that absolute helplessness, the feeling of my own body betraying me, and the vivid technicolor nightmare of those headlights growing larger and larger while I lay there, unable to even scream. And sometimes, even now, when I'm walking somewhere dark and cold, I'll feel a phantom twinge in my back, and for a split second I'm 28 again, staring up at a hazy orange sky, waiting for the wheels to come. Story 18. I was out hunting in upstate New York last Saturday, and I still can't shake what happened. It's been on my mind ever since, and I need to get it out there because talking about it with anyone else just doesn't feel right. My father-in-law was with me, but he didn't want to discuss it, which only made things weirder. So here I am, typing this up because maybe someone else has heard something like it, or maybe I'm just going crazy. But I know what I heard. And it was real. We'd planned this trip for weeks. My father-in-law is big into hunting, and he'd been nagging me to join him for ages. I'm not a hardcore hunter or anything. I go out a few times a year, mostly for the quiet and the chance to get away from the city. Upstate New York in late October is beautiful, but it's also cold as hell in the early mornings. We left his place around 3 in the morning, driving through pitch-black roads with nothing but the headlights cutting through the fog. The air was crisp, and I could see my breath fogging up the window as we bumped along this dirt road to his favorite spot. He's got a tree stand set up deep in the woods, a good half-mile hike from where we parked the truck. By the time we got there, it was still dark, probably around 4:30. The sky was clear with a sliver of moon, but under the canopy of trees it was like stepping into a cave. No stars, no light, just this heavy blackness that felt like it was pressing down on you. I remember the crunch of leaves under my boots, the way the cold seeped through my layers of clothing. My fingers were numb already, and I fumbled with the ladder to the stand. It's one of those old metal ones, bolted to a thick oak tree, about 15 feet up. We climbed up quietly, not saying much. Hunting's all about silence, so we settled in, me on one side, him on the other, with our rifles propped against the rail. For the first hour or so, it was just nothing. Total silence, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. I could hear my own heartbeat, a steady thump in my chest, and the occasional rustle of something small in the underbrush. Probably a mouse or a squirrel, but it was too dark to see. The air was dead still, no wind at all, which is rare for this time of year. Usually there's a breeze that makes the leaves whisper, but not that morning. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath. Then, around 5:30, maybe a bit before dawn started to lighten the sky. I heard it at first. I thought it was my imagination, or maybe just some animal moving around. But it wasn't. It was a thumping sound, kind of like someone beating on a hollow log, but softer, more rhythmic. It came from off to my left, about 50 yards away, deep in a thicket of pines. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint it. The thumping started slow, maybe one beat every couple of seconds, but then it sped up. Not gradually, but in bursts, like it was building to something. Thump, 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 getting faster and faster until it was almost a steady drum roll. I glanced over at my father-in-law, but he was just sitting there, staring out into the darkness like he hadn't heard a thing. Maybe he didn't. He's got hearing loss from years of shooting without ear protection, but I heard it clear as day. My heart started racing, and I felt this cold sweat break out on my back. Even though I was shivering from the cold, I gripped my rifle tighter, my knuckles going white. The thumping kept going, speeding up and then slowing down again like it was teasing me. Then, after a minute or so, it stopped abruptly. For a second there was just silence again, but it felt heavier, more ominous. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, and that's when I heard the dragging noise. It was this weird scraping sound, like someone pulling a big piece of cardboard across a carpet. Not rough, but smooth and steady, like whatever it was. It was heavy and being dragged slowly. It came from the same spot 50 yards away, and it was just as clear as the thumping. Drag, pause, drag, pause, over and over. I leaned forward, peering into the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. The trees were too thick, and the pre-dawn light was just a faint grey haze, not enough to penetrate the shadows. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what it could be. A deer? No. Deer don't make sounds like that. A bear? Maybe. But bears are usually quieter, and the dragging didn't match any animal behavior I knew. It sounded too deliberate, too intelligent, like something was doing it on purpose. The dragging noise would quiet down, almost fading away, and then it would louden again, like it was moving closer, then pulling back. There was no pattern to it, no reason. One moment it was so faint I had to strain to hear it. The next it was loud enough that I could almost feel it vibrating through the stand. And the whole time there was no wind, no movement in the trees, no other sounds, nothing. It was just this isolated, eerie noise coming from one spot, repeating itself over and over. I remember my throat going dry, and I had to swallow hard. My hands were trembling, and I had to set my rifle down because I was afraid I'd drop it. I kept looking at my father-in-law, hoping he'd say something, do something, but he was statue still. I thought about whispering to him, but I didn't want to break the silence in case it attracted whatever was making that sound. So I just sat there, frozen, listening. The thumping started up again, this time even faster, like a frantic heartbeat, and the dragging noise joined in, overlapping. It was chaotic, like some kind of messed up symphony in the dark. Time felt like it was stretching out. I don't know how long it went on, maybe 10 minutes, maybe half an hour, but it felt like forever. My legs were cramping from sitting so still, and the cold was seeping into my bones, but I was too scared to move. Every time the sounds quieted, I'd think it was over, and then they'd come back, louder than before. It was messing with my head. I started questioning if I was hearing things, but no, it was real. I could hear the subtle differences in the dragging, like sometimes it was smoother, other times it had a slight catch, like it was hitting roots or rocks. Then, slowly, the sky began to lighten. Dawn was breaking, and with it, the forest started to wake up. Birds began chirping, first one, then a whole chorus of them. Squirrels started chattering and rustling in the trees. The normal sounds of the woods returned, and just like that, the thumping and dragging stopped completely. One moment it was there, the next it was gone, swallowed up by the daylight sounds. I let out a shaky breath and finally moved, stretching my stiff limbs. My father-in-law turned to me and said, "See anything?" Like nothing had happened. I just stared at him for a second. Then I described what I'd heard. I told him about the thumping that sped up, the dragging like cardboard on carpet, how it kept quieting and loudening from that one spot. I was talking fast, my voice a bit too high, and I could feel the adrenaline still pumping through me. He listened, but his face didn't change. He just nodded slowly and said, "Probably just a raccoon or something. They get noisy sometimes." But his tone was off, like he was dismissing it too quickly. Then he changed the subject, started talking about the deer he'd seen last season, how we should move to a different spot if nothing showed up soon. I tried to bring it back up, but he shut it down, saying, "Let's focus on hunting." So I dropped it, but it stuck with me. We stayed in the stand for another couple of hours, but I couldn't concentrate. Every little sound made me jump. I kept glancing over at that thicket 50 yards away, but in the daylight it looked normal. Just trees and bushes, nothing out of place. No tracks, no disturbed ground, nothing to explain what I'd heard. We didn't see any deer, so around 9 in the morning we packed up and headed back to the truck. The whole drive home I was quiet, lost in thought. My father-in-law was chatting about football or something, but I wasn't really listening. I kept replaying those sounds in my head. The thumping, the dragging, the way it felt like it was right there, but invisible. When we got back to his place, I helped him unload the gear, and I brought it up one more time. I said, "Are you sure you didn't hear anything? It was really weird." He just shook his head and said, "Forget about it, son. Woods are full of strange noises." But the way he said it, it was like he didn't want to talk about it, like he knew something but wasn't sharing. That was it. We had lunch and I drove home, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Even now, days later, I get chills thinking about it. I've been hunting before. I've heard animals, owls hooting, branches snapping, even coyotes howling. But nothing like that. It wasn't natural. It was too organized, too repetitive, and it came from one spot without any movement. No wind, no animals scurrying away. Nothing. Just those sounds like something was there, hiding in the dark, doing whatever it was doing. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a tree rubbing against another, but there was no wind. Maybe it was some kind of insect or bird, but it didn't match anything I've ever heard. I even looked up sounds online, but nothing comes close. That dragging noise like cardboard on carpet, it's so specific and it's stuck in my head. I can still hear it when I close my eyes. What gets me the most is that it happened right as dawn was breaking, and then it just stopped when the birds started. Like whatever it was, it only existed in the dark. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters, but I can't explain this. It's left me with this deep, uneasy fear that I can't shake. I keep thinking about going back there, but I don't think I ever will. Not alone, anyway. So that's my account. I don't know what it was, and I probably never will, but I heard it, and it scared the hell out of me. If anyone else has experienced something similar, I'd love to hear it, because right now, I feel like I'm carrying this weird, heavy secret that no one else understands. At story 19. May that day started like any other Saturday. My boyfriend and I had been together for about a year, and we were in that phase where we argued over stupid things, little stuff, like what to eat or who forgot to take out the trash. But that night, we were supposed to go to this rave out in the middle of nowhere. It was one of those underground things, set up in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. I wasn't even that into electronic music, but he loved it, and I went along because I wanted to spend time with him. We drove out there in his beat-up old car, the kind that rattled when you went over 50, and the whole way we were bickering about something dumb. I can't even remember what it was now. Maybe it was about money, or maybe it was about how late we were running. It doesn't matter. What matters is that by the time we got there, I was already in a bad mood. The rave was loud and chaotic. The bass was so heavy it felt like it was punching me in the chest, and the lights were flashing so fast it made my head spin. People were dancing everywhere, packed tight, and the air was thick with sweat and the smell of cheap beer. I tried to get into it, I really did, but I just felt out of place. My boyfriend was into it, though. He was nodding along to the music, his eyes half closed, and he kept trying to pull me onto the dance floor, but I didn't want to be there. I felt claustrophobic, like the walls were closing in, and all I could think about was how much I wanted to leave. After a while, we had another argument. This one was bigger. It started because I said I wanted to go home, and he got pissed, saying we'd just gotten there and I was ruining his night. We were standing near the back, away from the main crowd, but people were still brushing past us, and the music was so loud we had to shout to hear each other. I remember feeling my face get hot, and my hands were shaking. I told him I needed some air, and he just rolled his eyes and said, "Fine, whatever." So I pushed through the crowd and headed outside. The warehouse was in this industrial area, surrounded by empty lots and chain-link fences. It was dark out, with only a few dim streetlights casting long shadows. The air was cooler outside, and it felt good on my skin after the stuffiness inside. I walked over to where we'd parked the car, a little away from the main entrance, and I just stood there for a minute, trying to calm down. I could still hear the thumping of the music from inside, but it was muffled out here, like a distant heartbeat. After a few minutes, I decided to sit in the car. I unlocked it. It was one of those old models where you had to use a key, and slid into the passenger seat. The interior smelled like stale fast food and my boyfriend's cologne, and the seats were cracked in places. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes, trying to breathe slowly. I was so angry and upset, but also just tired. Tired of fighting, tired of feeling like I didn't belong. I must have sat there for what felt like half an hour, just stewing in my own thoughts, when something happened that I still can't explain. Out of nowhere, someone appeared outside the car window. I hadn't heard anyone approach, no footsteps, nothing. It was like they just materialized there. I jumped, my heart slamming against my ribs, and I looked over to see this person crouching down beside the car door. They were androgynous, so I couldn't tell if they were a man or a woman, but they had dark, almost black hair that fell softly around their face, and their eyes were this calm, deep brown. They had a peaceful presence, like the kind of feeling you get when you're alone in nature and everything is still. It immediately put me at ease, even though I should have been scared. They didn't say anything at first. They just looked at me through the window, and then they reached out and touched my leg through the open window. I'd rolled it down a bit because it was stuffy in the car. Their hand was warm, and the touch was gentle, not invasive. It felt comforting, like when your mom used to rub your back when you were sick. Then they spoke, and their voice was soft, almost melodic. "Are you okay?" they asked. I was so stunned that I just stared for a second. My mind was racing. Who was this person? How did they know I was upset? I hadn't been crying or anything, but I guess I must have looked miserable. I managed to nod and say, "Yeah, I'm fine." But my voice came out shaky. They smiled a little, but it wasn't a happy smile. It was sad, like they understood exactly what I was feeling. "I'm Star," they said. "I don't know how to explain who I am, but I wanted to check on you." That name stuck with me. Star. It was unusual, but it fit them. I remember feeling a weird sense of familiarity, like I'd known them before, but I couldn't place it. My heart was still pounding, but not from fear anymore. It was more like awe or confusion. I asked, "Why are you here? Do you know me?" They shook their heads slowly. "No, I don't. But I felt like I needed to come." Their hand was still on my leg, and it was so warm, almost like it was radiating heat. I could feel it through my jeans, and it made the hairs on my arms stand up. I wasn't scared, though. It was the opposite. I felt safe, protected, in a way I'd never felt before. I don't know why I said it, but I asked, "Can you stay? I don't want to be alone right now." For a moment they looked like they wanted to, but then they pulled their hand back and stood up. "I can't," they said softly. "But you'll be okay." And then they turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows between the streetlights. I watched them go, and it was like they just blended into the darkness, gone in an instant. I sat there for a few more minutes, trying to process what had just happened. My mind was all over the place. Who was Star? Why did they come to me? It felt so random, but also intentional. I kept replaying the moment in my head, the touch, the voice, the peaceful look in their eyes. It was all so vivid, but at the same time, it felt dreamlike. Eventually, my boyfriend came out to find me. He opened the driver's side door and slid in, smelling like sweat and cigarettes. "You okay?" he asked, his voice softer now. I guess he'd calmed down too. I told him about Star. I said, "There was this person named Star who came up to the car. They touched my leg and asked if I was okay. It was weird, but nice." He looked at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about? I was watching the car from the entrance the whole time after you left. No one came near it. The doors were locked. I saw you get in and lock them." My blood ran cold. "No, they were right here," I insisted, pointing to the spot where Star had been crouching. "I saw them. They talked to me." He shook his head, his face serious. "I'm telling you, I didn't see anyone. I was standing there for like 20 minutes, just waiting for you to cool off. The car was empty except for you, and no one approached. The doors were locked. I checked when I came over." That's when the terror set in. Not fear, like I was in danger, but this deep, eerie realization that what had happened was impossible. If no one came, if the doors were locked, how did Star appear? How did they touch me? I felt a chill crawl up my spine, and my hands started to tremble again. I looked out the window, half expecting to see Star still there, but there was nothing, just the empty parking lot and the distant sound of music. My boyfriend was quiet for a minute, then he said, "Do you think it was an angel, like your guardian angel or something?" I'd never believed in that stuff, but in that moment, it was the only thing that made sense. The peace I felt, the way Star seemed to know I needed comfort, the impossibility of it all. It lined up. I didn't say anything, but inside I was convinced. That eerie feeling hasn't left me since. It's like a shadow that follows me around, reminding me that there are things in this world that can't be explained. We drove home in silence, and I didn't sleep much that night. I kept thinking about Star, about the warmth of their hand, and the way they vanished. It wasn't scary in a horror movie way. It was scarier because it was real, and I had no way to make sense of it. To this day, I can't explain it, and that's what haunts me the most. Story 20. I still don't know how to make sense of what happened, and I probably never will. It's been eating at me for weeks now, and I need to get it out there because keeping it to myself is driving me crazy. I'm just a regular guy, you know. I go to work, I hang out with friends, I try to keep my head down, but this thing has left me feeling like I'm standing on the edge of something I can't see, and it's terrifying. It all came to a head on a Tuesday, the day I found out about my friend. I'd been going to this therapy center for a few months to deal with some anxiety stuff, nothing major, just talking to someone once a week to sort out my head. The place is kind of bland, you know? Beige walls, those weirdly comfortable chairs that squeak when you move, and this faint smell of disinfectant that never quite goes away. I usually went in the mornings before work, around 8 o'clock, because it was quiet then. That Tuesday started like any other. I woke up early, had my coffee, and drove over to the center. The sky was overcast, the kind of grey that makes everything feel heavy. I remember pulling into the parking lot and seeing a few cars scattered around, nothing unusual. I walked in, nodded to the receptionist. She's this sweet older lady who always remembers my name, and headed to the waiting area. And that's when I saw him, my old high school friend. We hadn't crossed paths in years, not since graduation. And even then we weren't super close, just buddies from math class who'd lost touch. But there he was, sitting in one of those chairs, looking like he'd just stepped out of a time capsule. He had on a dark jacket and jeans, and his hair was a little longer than I remembered, but it was him, no doubt about it. I walked over feeling a bit awkward, but he smiled when he saw me. Not a big, happy smile, more like a tired one, like he was carrying something heavy. We started talking, just small stuff. How have you been? What brings you here? He said he'd been dealing with some stress after a car accident a few days back. He didn't go into details, just mentioned it casually, like it was no big deal. I remember thinking he looked pale, but I chalked it up to the lighting or maybe just not sleeping well. His hands were shaking a little when he gestured, and he kept rubbing his chest absently, like he had an itch or something. We chatted for maybe 10-15 minutes. He asked about my job. I asked about his family. He said he was hoping to get back into painting. He was always the artistic one in school. I told him that was cool. And we laughed about some old memories. Like that time we tried to build a treehouse and it collapsed. It felt normal, you know, like catching up with an old acquaintance. Nothing felt off. Not really. Except for one thing. When I stood up to leave for my appointment, he said, "Take care of yourself, okay?" And there was this intensity in his eyes that stuck with me. It was like he was trying to tell me something without saying it. But I just nodded and said, "You too," and that was it. I went into my therapy session, did the usual stuff, and left about an hour later. The whole time I didn't think much about our conversation. It was just a nice random encounter. I drove to work, spent the day at my desk, and around lunchtime I decided to check my phone. That's when I saw the message from another friend from high school. It was a group chat, and someone had posted a link to an obituary. My heart just dropped. I clicked on it, and there it was. His name, his photo, and the date he died. December 5th, 5 days after a car accident. The obituary said he'd had a heart attack that morning. I sat there at my desk, my hands going cold. The date, December 5th, that was today. And the time of the heart attack was listed as around 8:45 in the morning. I'd seen him at the therapy center at 8:15, 30 minutes before. 30 minutes. My brain started racing, trying to piece it together. How could that be? I just saw him, talked to him. He was right there, but according to this, he was already gone by the time I left the center. For a second, I thought maybe it was a mistake, a different person, or a typo. But no, the photo was him, and the details matched what he'd told me about the accident. I felt this cold sweat break out on my skin, and my stomach twisted into a knot. I had to get out of there. I told my boss I wasn't feeling well and drove home in a daze. The whole way, I kept replaying our conversation in my head. The way he looked, the things he said. Had there been any signs? Was there something I missed? When I got home, I collapsed on the couch and just stared at the wall. That's when the real horror started to sink in. Because it wasn't just that one time. I'd seen him at the therapy center before, multiple times over the past couple of weeks. The first time was about a month ago, I think. I'd bumped into him in the hallway, and we'd exchanged quick hellos. He seemed fine then, maybe a bit distracted. Then again, a week or so later, I saw him sitting in the waiting area, reading a magazine. We didn't talk that time, just nodded at each other. And then there was last week. I saw him outside, smoking a cigarette near the entrance. He waved, and I waved back. It all seemed so normal. But now, thinking about it, the timeline didn't add up. The accident was 5 days before he died, so if he died on December 5th, The accident would have been around November 30th. I'd seen him after that date. I checked my calendar. I have a habit of noting down my appointments, and sure enough, I'd been to the center on December 2nd and 3rd, and both times I'd seen him. But if he died on the 5th, how could I have seen him on those days? Unless I wasn't seeing him alive. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I'd been seeing his ghost, not some spooky, transparent figure, but him, solid and real, acting like nothing was wrong, and I had no idea. I'd been chatting with a dead man multiple times, and I didn't even know it. The thought made me feel sick, like I was going to throw up. I started trembling, and I had to wrap my arms around myself to stop shaking. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was mistaken about the dates. Maybe he wasn't really dead. But I looked up the obituary again, and there it was, clear as day. Local news had a short article about it too. A young man, died too soon, survived by his parents. No mention of any mix-up. I even called the therapy center later, pretending to be a family friend, and they confirmed he hadn't been scheduled there since before the accident. The receptionist said she hadn't seen him in weeks. That's when the fear really set in. Not just sadness or shock, but this deep, crawling fear that something was fundamentally wrong with what I'd experienced. I started going over every detail of those encounters. The first time after the accident, when I saw him in the hallway, he'd been standing near the water cooler, and I remember thinking he looked out of place, like he didn't belong there. But I shrugged it off. Then the time in the waiting area, he was reading a magazine. But when I glanced over, it was an old issue from months ago. I didn't think anything of it at the time. And last week, outside, he was smoking, but I don't remember seeing any smoke, just him holding the cigarette little things that seemed insignificant then, but now felt like clues. The most chilling part was our conversation that Tuesday morning. He'd mentioned the accident, but he said it happened a few days back. If he died 5 days after the accident, and the accident was on November 30th, then on December 5th, it would have been 5 days later. But he talked about it like it was recent, like he was still dealing with it. And when he said, "Take care of yourself," it felt like a warning, like he knew something I didn't. I spent the rest of that Tuesday in a fog. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. That tired smile, those intense eyes. I felt this overwhelming grief, not just for him, but for the future he'd lost. He was talking about getting back into painting, about starting fresh, and now he's gone. And I was one of the last people to see him alive, or so I thought. But if I saw him after he died, what does that even mean? I thought about going back to the therapy center, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. The idea of walking into that building again made my skin crawl. I kept expecting to see him there, sitting in that chair, waiting for me. But I knew logically that he wouldn't be, or would he? That's the thing. I don't know what's real anymore. The shock hasn't faded. I'm still grieving, still scared. I jump at every noise, and I've started avoiding places that remind me of him. I told a couple of close friends about it, and they think I'm just stressed or imagining things. Maybe I am. But the details are too vivid, too specific. The way his jacket was zipped up to his chin, the way he tapped his foot nervously, the slight tremor in his voice when he talked about the accident. It's all burned into my memory. And that last encounter, 30 minutes before his heart attack. I can't shake the feeling that I was supposed to see him, that there was a reason for it, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a cruel trick of timing. Or maybe it was something more, something I'll never understand. I've been trying to move on, but it's hard. Every time I think I've put it behind me, something reminds me. A song we liked in high school. A smell like that disinfectant from the center. Even just seeing someone with a similar jacket, and I'm left with this hollow feeling, this confusion that won't go away. I don't have any answers, I don't know why this happened or what it means. All I know is that on that Tuesday, my world shifted, and I'm still trying to find my footing. I saw my friend, I talked to him, and then I found out he was already dead. And the worst part is, I'll never know if I was really seeing him or something else entirely. Story 21. I've always been a man of faith, but my faith was in the Lord and the teachings of the Bible, not in the superstitions and old wives' tales that seemed to cling to these Welsh valleys like the morning mist. It was 1899, and I was Reverend Elwyn Thomas, a relatively young man then, still new to my posting in the area. I'd been assigned to cover a service in the small, quiet village of Sangar. It was a place that felt older than time itself, nestled in a dip of the hills, with a constant dampness in the air that seeped into your bones. That particular evening, I'd just finished the service. It had been a small congregation, mostly elderly folk whose faces were as lined and weathered as the slate walls of their cottages. I remember feeling a certain irritation, I suppose. During my sermon, I'd spoken of the light of God driving out all darkness, and I'd made a point to say, quite firmly, that this included the darkness of foolish ghost stories. I saw a few of the older members exchange glances, a few subtle shakes of the head. It only strengthened my resolve. I saw it as my duty to bring modern thought, a cleaner, more logical faith, to these remote parts. I thought their beliefs were a crutch for a lack of true understanding. So, when I left the little chapel, my mood was a mix of satisfaction and a lingering frustration. The dusk was settling in, that long, drawn-out twilight you get in the valleys. The sky was a deep, bruised purple over the hills, and the first few stars were pricking through. I remember the air was cool and heavy, with the smell of wet earth and coal smoke. I was walking alone, as I always did, back towards the house where I was boarding, a good 2-mile walk that followed the old canal for a stretch. The path by the canal was one I knew well. It was narrow, packed dirt and gravel, with the black, sluggish water of the canal on one side and a steep, overgrown bank on the other. The sounds were familiar too. The crunch of my own boots on the gravel, the occasional plop of a water vole, the distant bleating of sheep on the hillside. I was wrapped up in my own thoughts, going over the points of my sermon, mentally patting myself on the back for my rational stance. I had my umbrella with me, a good, solid black one, more for walking support than for rain, as the sky was clear. It was as I rounded a gentle bend, where the path squeezed between the water and a thicket of gorse, that I first saw it, a figure standing maybe 20 yards ahead, right on the edge of the path where it met the canal. My first thought wasn't fear, but annoyance. Who was loitering out here at this hour? I assumed it was some local fisherman or perhaps a courting couple. I adjusted my grip on the umbrella and kept walking, but with every step the details became clearer and the annoyance began to curdle into something else, a cold, prickling sensation at the base of my spine. The figure was a man, but he was standing perfectly, unnaturally still. He wasn't looking out over the water or down the path. He was facing me, and he was wrong. His skin was the color of wet ash, a uniform, sickly grey. It looked damp, almost gleaming in the fading light. His clothes were dark, shapeless rags that seemed to merge with the shadows behind him, but it was his head that stopped me dead in my tracks. My breath caught in my throat. Wrapped around his forehead, covering his ears, were bands of what looked like dirty, stained yellow cloth. They were wound tightly, like a mummy's bindings from some penny dreadful, and his face, God, his face. His eyes were sunk so deep into their sockets they were just black pits, like holes punched in paper. His cheeks were hollowed out, skeletal, and his mouth was open, just hanging slack. But it wasn't a normal mouth. Inside was pure blackness, an emptiness so complete it seemed to swallow the light around it. I froze. My entire body went rigid. I wasn't thinking about God or logic or sermons. Every primitive instinct in my body was screaming at once. This wasn't a man. This was a corpse. A walking, standing corpse. We were alone on that path. The only sounds were the frantic thumping of my own heart and the gentle lap of the canal water. And then it was closer. I didn't see it move. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustle of clothing. One moment it was 20 yards away, and the next it was standing right in front of me, half a yard. Close enough that I could see the rough, coarse weave of the yellow bands, close enough to see the deep, dry cracks in its grey skin. Close enough to feel a coldness radiating from it, a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. It was a physical cold, like opening an icehouse door. Its sunken eyes were fixed on me. They weren't empty. That was the worst part. There was something in them, a kind of ancient, knowing intelligence. It was looking at me, studying me. Its head was slightly tilted. That open, black mouth seemed to be an invitation to a scream. I was too terrified to release. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I was pinned there by the sheer, overwhelming horror of its presence. The smell hit me then, a faint, sweetish odor of decay, like old flowers left in a sealed room. My mind was a frantic, jumbled mess. This can't be real. I'm a man of God. I denounced this very thing hours ago. This is a trick of the light, a waking dream. But the cold was real. The smell was real. The paralyzing fear turning my limbs to lead was devastatingly real. Some deep-seated survival instinct broke through the paralysis. I spun around, my legs buckling for a second before they found their strength, and I ran like I have never run before or since. I didn't look back, I just pumped my arms and legs, my boots skidding on the gravel, my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. The umbrella was still clutched in my hand, a useless, forgotten weight. I ran until a searing pain shot through my side, and my lungs felt like they were full of fire. I had to stop. I stumbled to a halt, bending over, hands on my knees, vomiting nothing but bile onto the path. Gulping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably, I forced myself to look back. The path behind me was empty for a moment, and a sliver of insane relief went through me. A hallucination. It had to be. The stress, the twilight. Then I saw it. It wasn't on the path where I'd left it. It was standing off to the side, amongst the tall, dry reeds at the water's edge. Just standing, still, staring at me with those intelligent, hollow eyes. It hadn't chased me. It had just appeared here. It was closer than it had been before I ran. A new kind of terror seized me, a cold, hopeless dread. You can't outrun this. My rational mind was completely shattered. This was real, this was happening, and it was playing with me. Terror turned into a blind, panicked rage. I was not going to just stand here and let this thing stare me into my grave. I straightened up, gripping the umbrella like a club. It was a stout piece of English oak with a sharp metal tip. I let out a strangled cry, a wordless shout of defiance and pure fear, and I swung it at the figure's head. With all my strength, I felt no impact. There was no crack of bone, no thud of a body hitting the ground. The umbrella swept through the space where its head and shoulders should have been. It passed through a patch of what I can only describe as smoke-like darkness, a concentrated black fog that was cold to the touch. A numbing chill shot up the umbrella handle and into my arm, like plunging it into ice water. The darkness swirled for a second where I had struck and then reformed, solidifying back into the shape of the head with its yellow bands and black, staring eyes. It hadn't flinched. It hadn't moved. It just kept staring, and in that moment I felt its gaze not as a passive observation, but as an active, probing force. It was as if it was learning the texture of my soul and finding it wanting. Pure, unadulterated terror seized me then. It was a physical thing, a vice around my chest, a taste of metal in my mouth. I dropped the umbrella. It clattered on the path, a pathetic, meaningless sound. I turned and ran again. This wasn't a sprint. This was a frantic, stumbling, mindless flight. I wasn't thinking of the path anymore. I tripped over a root, scrambled back to my feet, my hands scraping on the gravel. I didn't care. I just had to get away. I don't know how far I ran. My vision was blurring at the edges, spotted with black. But then a bizarre thing happened. A flicker of that damned rationality, that cursed curiosity, sparked in the back of my mind. What is it? Where did it go? I know it sounds insane, but I had to know. I had to look. I slowed to a stumbling walk, my body screaming in protest. I turned, my heart hammering against my ribs. The figure was there, but it was moving away from me now. It was gliding, not walking. Its feet didn't seem to touch the ground. It moved smoothly, silently, up the bank, away from the canal, towards the low stone wall that surrounded the old Sangar churchyard. I stood there, frozen again, but this time by a morbid, terrified fascination. I watched as it reached the moss-covered churchyard wall. It didn't climb over it or go through the gate. It moved towards a large, gnarled yew tree that grew right up against the wall, its branches sprawling over the graves like protective or perhaps possessive arms. The figure paused at the base of the tree. It turned its head, and for one last, horrifying second, those sunken eyes looked directly back at me across the distance. There was a finality in that look, a message. Then it simply dissolved. It didn't fade. It didn't walk away. It broke apart into fragments of shadow that were sucked into the trunk of the old yew tree, vanishing completely. One moment it was there, a solid, terrifying presence, and the next there was nothing but the tree, the wall, and the silent churchyard. The moment it vanished, the spell broke. The strength drained from my legs as if someone had pulled a plug. My knees buckled and I collapsed right there on the path the world swam, the twilight sky whirling above me. I remember the cold, damp gravel against my cheek, and then there was nothing. I woke up hours later. It was full dark, and I was lying in my bed in my boarding house. My entire body ached as if I'd been beaten. My host, a kind, elderly man named Mr. Davies, was sitting in a chair by the bed, his face etched with worry. He told me he'd found me unconscious on the path near the canal, just as he was coming back from checking his sheep. He and his son had carried me home. I was feverish, delirious. I was bedridden for a week. The doctor called it a nervous fever brought on by overwork and a fall. It was on the third day, when the fever had broken and I was lucid, that I told Mr. Davies what I had seen. I didn't spare any details. The grey skin, the yellow bands, the black eyes and mouth, the way it vanished into the yew tree. I expected him to dismiss it, to recommend more rest. He didn't. He went very quiet, his face pale. He looked down at his hands for a long time. Then he said, "The head wraps, the yellow cloth. There was an old fellow, a recluse, lived in a tumble-down cottage near the churchyard, had a condition, see some kind of affliction of the skin on his head. He always wrapped it in strips of old linen, which over the years they'd turned a kind of yellow color. He died, must be, 7, 8 years ago now. They found him at the foot of that very yew tree." He looked back at me, his eyes full of a deep, weary pity. No one ever saw much of him, but they say he was always drawn to that churchyard, to that particular tree. I lay there, the words sinking in, and the terror I had felt on the path was nothing compared to the cold, profound dread that filled me then. It wasn't a random apparition. It was a specific person, a man who had died, and I, in my arrogance, had mocked the very idea of his existence beyond the grave. I never walked that path by the canal again after dusk. I took the long way around, even in broad daylight. The terror of that face, of those intelligent, sunken eyes that looked right through my faith and my logic, has never left me. It haunts me still. I can close my eyes and see it perfectly, standing half a yard away, the cold radiating from its body, the black emptiness of its mouth waiting. I thought I knew the nature of God's world. I thought I understood the boundaries between life and death. I was wrong. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I can still feel the numbing chill of that smoke-like darkness where its body should have been, the place where my umbrella passed through nothing and my whole world fell apart. Story 22. I've never been able to shake this thing that happened to me when I was little. I must have been around 5 years old, and we lived in this old house that always had a weird feeling to it, like the air was heavier in some rooms. My mom and I were the only ones there most of the time, and it was just us that day, like always. I remember it was a Saturday because my mom didn't have to work, and the sun was out, but it felt off, like the light was too bright or something. I'd seen this woman before. A brunette in a white robe, floating in the hallway outside my bedroom. It wasn't the first time, but that day was different. It's like everything built up to that moment, and I still get chills thinking about it. That morning, I woke up early, maybe around 7 o'clock, because the sun was streaming through my window and hitting my face. My room was at the end of the hallway, and the door was always open a crack because I was scared of the dark. I'd seen her a couple of times before, just glimpses really. The first time was a few weeks earlier, I think. I was coming out of the bathroom and I saw her down the hall, just floating there, not moving. She had dark brown hair that hung straight down, and this white robe that looked like it was made of some thin, gauzy material, but it didn't ripple or anything. It was like she was frozen in air. I didn't say anything to my mom because I thought maybe it was a dream or my imagination. Kids see stuff, right? But it kept happening, and each time she'd be in the same spot near the middle of the hallway where the floorboards creaked. On that day, I got out of bed and went to the kitchen. My mom was making pancakes and the smell of butter and syrup filled the house. She was humming some tune and everything felt normal, but I had this knot in my stomach. I kept glancing down the hallway, half expecting to see her. I didn't, though. Not then. We ate breakfast, and I helped my mom clear the table. She asked me if I wanted to play outside, but I said no because I didn't want to leave the house. I can't really explain why. It was just a feeling, like something was going to happen. After breakfast, I went to my room to play with my toys. I had these little plastic animals, and I was making them talk to each other on the carpet. The hallway was right outside my door, and I kept the door open wide enough that I could see into it. The light in the hallway was always dim, even during the day, because the window at the end was small and covered by a curtain. Around mid-morning, I saw her again. It was just a flash at first. I looked up, and there she was, floating in that same spot. My heart started beating faster, and I dropped the toy I was holding. This time she seemed closer, or maybe I was just more aware of her. Her face was pale, and her eyes were dark, but she wasn't looking at me. She was staring straight ahead, like she was watching something I couldn't see. I'd seen her enough times that the fear wasn't as sharp as it had been the first time. Instead, I felt this weird curiosity building up inside me. Why was she here? What did she want? I remember thinking that maybe if I talked to her, she'd go away or something. Kids have dumb ideas like that. So, I decided I was going to ask her who she was. I didn't tell my mom because she'd just say it was my imagination, and I didn't want her to think I was crazy. I waited until later that afternoon. My mom was in the living room watching TV, and I told her I was going to my room to nap. I didn't really plan to sleep. I just wanted to be alone in case she appeared again. I lay on my bed for what felt like hours, but it was probably only 30 minutes. The house was quiet except for the faint sound of the TV from the other room. The air in my bedroom felt cool, and I pulled the blanket up to my chin. Then I heard a soft sound like a whisper, but no words, just a breathy noise coming from the hallway. I sat up slowly, my heart pounding in my ears. I peeked through the door crack, and there she was, floating in the same spot. Her robe seemed brighter now, almost glowing in the dim light, and her hair was so dark it looked like it absorbed the shadows around it. This was it. I took a deep breath and got off the bed. My legs felt wobbly and my hands were shaking. I walked to the door and pushed it open slowly, the hinges creaking a little. The hallway felt colder than the rest of the house, and the air had a stale smell, like old dust and something else I couldn't place. Kind of sweet, but in a sickly way. I stopped a few feet away from her, close enough that I could see the details of her robe. It wasn't just white. It had a slight sheen to it, like silk, but it didn't move, even though there was no breeze. Her feet were bare, and they hung just above the floor, not touching it. I could see the wooden boards beneath her, and they looked normal, except for a faint shimmer around the edges. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice coming out as a whisper. I didn't shout or anything. It was like I was afraid to disturb her. For a second, nothing happened. She didn't move or look at me. Then, slowly, her head turned toward me. Her eyes met mine, and they were empty, like black holes. I felt a chill run down my spine and my stomach twisted. That's when the floor started to glow. It began as a faint red light under her feet, like someone had turned on a hidden lamp. The light spread quickly, covering the whole area around her in a deep blood-red glow. It wasn't bright enough to hurt my eyes, but it was intense, and it made the hallway feel hot, like I was standing near a fire. The red light pulsed, almost like a heartbeat, and I could feel a vibration through the floorboards. Her presence shifted then. Before, she'd just been there, passive, but now she felt aware. It's hard to describe, but it was like she was really seeing me for the first time, and it wasn't friendly. The air grew heavier, and I could hear a low humming sound, like electricity buzzing. I wanted to run, but my feet were stuck to the spot. I remember my breath catching in my throat, and I felt dizzy, like the world was tilting. The red glow got brighter, and for a split second I saw something in her eyes, a flicker of something that wasn't human. Then, just like that, she vanished. Not faded away, but disappeared in an instant, like she'd never been there. The red glow vanished too, and the hallway was back to normal. The dim light and the creaky floorboards. I stood there for what felt like forever, shaking and trying to catch my breath. The cold air rushed back in, and I started to cry quietly. I ran to the living room, where my mum was still on the couch. She looked up and saw my face, and she knew something was wrong. "What happened, honey?" she asked. Pulling me into a hug, I told her about the woman and the red glow. But she just patted my back and said it was probably a bad dream. She checked the hallway with me, but there was nothing there, no sign of anything unusual. The floor was just wood, no glow, no warmth. She made me some hot chocolate to calm me down, and we sat together for a while, but I couldn't stop trembling. That was the last time I saw her. We moved out of that house a year or so later, and I never had any other experiences like that. But to this day, I can still feel that red glow on my skin, and I see her face in my dreams. Sometimes I don't know who she was or what that red light meant. It just happened, and it left me with this hollow feeling, like there's a piece of the puzzle missing that I'll never find.